Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Today is Thursday, May 5th, 2022. The time is 5:35 p.m., and this is the continuation of our departmental budget hearings. Today we have the city clerk's office, city council, then the fire department, and then we will have blight management. Madam Clerk, I believe you are first.
Roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry. I always skip roll call. Pardon me. Roll call, Madam Deputy Clerk, please.
Okay, Mr. Mays is absent. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Herkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Ms. Worthing is absent. You have 5 members present.
Thank you. We have 5 members present. Madam Clerk, you're up first. Oops, sorry.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Pardon?
The floor is yours for your budget presentation.
Well, thank you very much. This is Jennifer Evans. She's in charge of our accounts payable job here at City Hall, representing the city clerk's office as well as the city council. In addition to that, like other people on our staff, she's wearing another hat also because she also helps out with the election process, as well as with business licensing. So she's wearing about 3 hats, I would say. What I would like to do at this point in time, and we'll pass this out, you all may already have a copy of the budget that we proposed. But what we have here is a copy that will be easier to read, I believe. So if we could pass these out, I'd appreciate it. First of all, I would like to indicate that with the original budget that we put together earlier this year, we had a chance to meet with the finance director and members of his staff to review in more details our particular request. And what I would like to do is refer you all to the second page. This is on the city council budget, whereby we made a request for $1,007,904. And we had requested additional money for the auditors. But in addition to that, we felt that with Paul's salary being included in this, Paul Spectacle Productions, we needed to include additional money for the production of the city council meetings and so forth. So we were able to get an additional $50,000 for all of that. Now, if we don't use it, especially with the audit, that money will remain there, and at the end of the fiscal year will be turned back into the city of Flint. I feel, and have always felt, and the way we've always conducted ourselves, is that the money that you all grant to us, we don't want it to go into the red, because it's not appropriate that what you all do and what we do reflects in the red. So we do as much as possible to be sure that everything is kept according to Hoyle. So as a result of the meetings that Jennifer and I had with the finance director and members of his staff, they agreed to increase the
Bless you.
professional services line item, which would include the audit, which is a large part of the money, about $275,000 of it, along with other professional services such as spectacle productions and any other professional service that you all might need. In addition, if you go down to, well, that would be all as it relates to the city council. And we would be open to any questions and concerns you might have as it relates to the overall request to the administration.
Council Murphy, you'd like the floor?
I'll wait for a minute to look over this. Yeah.
You have the floor, Councilman Murphy.
So thank you guys for coming. One of the questions, could you explain to us, do you guys have someone present at all meetings, such as the Planning Commission meeting, taking notes, the Ethics and Accountability Board, what else? We got a couple of boards that is comprised of the city of Flint. That's you got the Board of Review. I know I was on that. I did see her, Jennifer, there. So are you guys present at all of the board meetings? Is first my question.
We have approximately 40 some odd boards here within the city of Flint proper, okay, including some of the boards that you just mentioned. It's up to each of those respective boards to have their records or their minutes recorded in their own right. It's also up to each of those boards to supply our office with a copy of each of their respective minutes, as they have minutes, okay? Now, what we're finding, and this is not to be critical of them, okay? But what we're finding is that they're not supplying us with the minutes of their respective meetings. So one of the things that we are attempting to do in our efforts to reach out more to employees here at City Hall is to talk to each department head about supplying us with a copy of their respective minutes, so that for historical purposes, since we're the record keeper or the librarian for the city of Flint, we have a copy of each of their respective minutes for their meetings. Now, as it relates to the Board of Review, since that does fall under the jurisdiction of the Assessment Division as well as the City Clerk's Office, then Jennifer is in charge of that, okay? And minutes are kept of that particular meeting.
So if they did an audit of our records and they wanted to look up some minutes in at a board meeting, would they go to that particular board, or would they come to the clerk office to request
If they came
those?
to our office, we would have to refer them to the respective board to get the minutes from them.
So even though you guys are the record keeper of the city, if these boards are not taking minutes, could we be in violation as a city to not have minutes being recorded of these meetings? And the reason why I'm saying that, I just want to make sure in the budget that we got, I don't know if you need the staffing there, but do you have the staffing level to attend these meetings in order to take minutes so that we can be in compliance of making sure that we have minutes? That's one part of my question. My other part of the question is, when we are recording these minutes, are these minutes, so say for instance, I wasn't able to attend a meeting, and I want to go on the City of Flint website, is it available on the website, the minutes of these board meetings, where I can go to the City of Flint website and look at particular boards and read the minutes of a particular meeting that I was not able to come to? So your office uploading the minutes of these meetings on a website where people can go and look at the minutes?
As I indicated earlier, it is the duty and responsibility of each respective board to do their own minutes. It is their duty and responsibility to send a copy of the minutes to the clerk's office so that we can record it, since we're the librarian for the City of Flint. What we have noticed over the years, and when I say over the years, that's what I mean, it's not to be critical of anyone, it's just to say this is what is. That is that we have not received all of their minutes. So we are, one of the rainy day projects we're doing, we're in the process of making contact with each of the 40 respective boards to have them update their minutes, so that if people wanted to go online to see them, but yet at the same time, we would need a hard copy of that particular minute in our records. Okay?
So
So
for
the
those,
Planning Commission, the Ombudsman's Office, the Historical Commission, which is also meeting tonight, for example, it's their duty to do their own recording.
so for those that are actually turning in those minutes, so city council meetings, are they the minutes on the website for city council meetings? I haven't went on there to actually, I
I
didn't
would
need
have to check with the girls to be sure that we're up to date on those, but we do, after each council meeting, we do like a brief summary of them. And with everything that's been going on here at City Hall, we're somewhat behind with respect to recording and transcribing the verbatim minutes. No, we have not done the verbatims. We are working on it, okay? But the briefing or the summary of the minutes would be obtainable.
so they are
And we do get requests.
so they are on the website where they can go on the website?
I don't know if they're up to date on the website or
Because
not.
that was one of the concerns that I received, that they couldn't go on the website to review the minutes. Another piece, the charter. I know I served on the charter, and I was excited about serving on the charter. It has not been a hard copy of the charter. The only piece of the charter has been this format right here. I wanted to see the charter in the booklet format because I served on the charter. It's historic for me, and it has not happened. And I think it's 3 or 4 years later, and we still don't have a charter in the hard copy form. Could you tell us where we at on that, as far as getting
I
it?
can tell you. First of all, we found a lot of errors in the charter that was given to us by the attorney that you all hired from Grand Rapids. Okay?
Lexington,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
So we are in the process, in the midst of everything else, of going through to make all of the necessary corrections, okay? It is spelling errors primarily with the charter. And so at some point in time soon, you will see a little booklet similar to the 1974 charter, available to the public. But there were all kinds of errors.
So one of the things that we done with the charter, prior to us approving the charter, once we looked at the charter, we had to send it to the Attorney General. We sent it to the Attorney General for the Attorney General to review the charter. So with the Attorney General expertise, we were with the expectations that the Attorney General looked at the charter word by word, spelling and all, to make sure that the correction, and I'm not saying that they did not.
Well, they obviously didn't, or otherwise we wouldn't have seen the errors.
And I'll agree, respectfully agree with you that maybe they did miss some errors on some, maybe we missed some errors on the charter. But at some point in time, 3 years later, we will have hope, me personally, as a charter commissioner that served on the charter, that will have been completed by now. You know, because, I mean, if it's 3 years later, we just don't know how longer that we need to take to complete that charter, even though I know some people got some expectations that they would like to see the charter amended. I mean, that's fine. I'm sure it's been amended in the booklet format. So those are some things that I would like to see happen, that the charter be done in the booklet format for the public to be able to have it, just as I was able to get a copy of a booklet format and not just a copy. I know you guys have it in this kind of format, but 3 years or 4 years later, after the charter had been approved, I think Karen Weaver was the mayor when that charter got approved, and up under Sheldon Neely now, 3 years later, it still is not done.
If I could indicate to you that we have been short on staff for a while,
Okay.
and naturally, like I told you before, we are working on getting it done. But the other thing that I would like to point out to you is that with the changes that we're making, we're not changing any of the wording per se in terms of how it's worded, but there's just some misspellings. There's a lot of misspellings, that's all. So we have to, work on that.
I mean,
we are working on it.
That's fine, but 3 years later, Ms. Brown, I hear you, but 3 years later, that's a long time. Or 4 years later, I mean, this is up under Karen Weaver. Sheldon Neely been the mayor for 3 years now, and I don't know, hopefully it wasn't that much misspelling in there to where it's taking this long, but I would like to see that. So you saying that you guys are short-staffed, is there anything that we
were
should do?
short-staffed. Well, we are in the process of working on all of it now, all the backlog of work that we have. We are currently working on it. And I should also indicate that in going through the charter, and I'm not being political about this,
Mhm.
but there are a number of things that the Charter Commission passed, and of course the voters also voted on it, that probably needs to be rewritten. I'm just going to be honest and say it.
That's okay.
So already I can see at least seven sections of the charter that could probably be looked at some point in time.
So-
To bring everything into the modern situation.
So, in all due respect, even though you may see some changes, there are some other people that see some changes in the charter that they would like. I know Councilman Mays also talked about him liking to see some changes in the charter, but it is the law, and we like to follow the law. So regardless of our opinion of what we think may be some changes, we also opened it up for people to invite the public in to give input on the charter, you as well. It is the law. It is what it is. The voters voted on the Attorney General, signed it. I, as a council person, in all due respect, no disrespecting your opinion on the changes that you want to see in the charter, I think it's also equally important that you share space that the voters voted on it, and regardless, because it seems a little bit as, because your opinion think that it may be some changes your opinion that you would like, you think that there is some 7 identified changes that you would like to see in the charter. The charter is the law, and that's what we need to follow. And even if we think we want to see some changes in the charter, even if it's some errors in the charter, as far as language-wise, at some point in time, we need to close that chapter to where we can get that charter in hard copy and get those edits done. And you talked about that we short staff and staff. What can we do as the city council to support your office to give you the capacity that you need? We changed the charter to where in the next coming elections, we're going to have the governor's election, the mayor's election, and the city council election all lined up in the same year. So we want to make sure that we can support your office in this budget. I'm not sure if we can use any kind of ARPA funds to offset some expenses. I don't know if you looked at any eligible activities in your department to see that any of the ARPA funds can qualify as a budget item of request for ARPA funds to help you build capacity, whether it's technology, to upgrade your technology in your office, where that you guys can work more efficiency when it comes down to the elections or just day-to-day operation. Maybe you need some better technology, equipment, supplies, whatever it is. Have you looked at upgrading any kind of technology in your office to help with the efficiency and services that you provide to this community? Because you take on a lot of responsibility.
In response to your question, number one, whatever the charter says that we must do, we do it. No matter what kind of print it's in, we do not violate the charter by not adhering to it. Now, we're at a point now where we can soon go to the press with the charter, okay, because we have been working on it in our spare time as well. And I should indicate to you that a lot of times we're working like on weekends at home, okay, just to kind of keep everything abreast of what's going on, because we are very busy. Now, we're not complaining about it, because we want to be helpful in whatever way we can be. But we do not violate the law by not adhering to what the charter says, no matter how it's printed. Even if it were written as opposed to printed, we'd still follow the law. So we expect soon to be able to go to press with it, okay? And I have been in touch with some of the local printers in that regard already.
Okay. What also concerns me is, and I don't know if we can get a list, the council can get a list of the different departments or boards that's not producing you minutes. I think that's important.
I would say that all of the boards none of the boards have hardly sent anything to us.
So that's a big concern.
What I can do is, of course, in a future meeting with Mr. Clyde Edwards, the city administrator, I will talk with him about it. And then if I don't have any luck with it, I would certainly be willing to come to council with it.
So that's a concern to me, that minutes is not being uploaded on the city website for people to review the minutes.
Again, that's not our responsibility. That is the responsibility of each and every department, not the clerk's office.
So
I just want to make that clear.
okay, so now I'm confused a little bit. So the clerk office, when the boards, we got all of these boards that we have created, appointed, they having meetings. If I want to go and look at the minutes of meetings for public records, or if I freedom of information at the city, the attorney's office, because I think that's the way that they go to request to look at some minutes, your office, which is the record keeper of the city, does not have minutes of these boards, so we don't know what they're doing in a meeting. If I go to the City of Flint website to look at the minutes, they not there. if I want to review the council minutes meeting on the website, they may not be there. So
The
do you
summary, the
need,
summary should be there.
hold on, y'all. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, she know how we do, because she do me the same way. No, so, do we need to budget for you some extra staff to be able to
Not at this time.
upload? So, I'm new. Maybe it's just me. If, who upload the minutes on the website? So say you get the minutes, the minutes come to the clerk office. Once you get the minutes in the clerk office of the city council meeting, the committee meetings, the finance committee meeting, you know, Tanya Burns, the chair of the finance, so I'm gonna be looking at you for some minutes, Tanya. If I want to, where does, once they hit your office, the minutes, once you guys type up the minutes, who is responsible for uploading them on the website? Who do that?
The staff, the council staff.
The council staff?
Council staff would upload the summary on the website.
Because at first you were saying that, okay, so do y'all just do, y'all do all minutes from all boards? So when,
No. Let's separate the two.
okay,
Okay, I think I indicated to you earlier that there are approximately 40 boards and commissions under the jurisdiction of the city of Flint. It is the responsibility of each of those respective boards to take care of having their own minutes recorded and transcribed. That all falls, with the exception of about 4 boards, they all fall under the jurisdiction of the mayor's office. So in that regard, let's look at the Planning Commission. Suzanne Wilcox is in charge of the Planning Commission, so it's up to her then to be sure that whatever is recorded as it relates to the Planning Commission, the Historical District, and all that, which kind of falls under their purview as well, it's up to her then to have someone there to record the minutes and to distribute those minutes to whomever should get them. Okay?
can we,
And then, as it relates to the council, that is my responsibility as well as the staff. Now, if you need to have something immediately, we can also supply you with a copy of a tape recording or a videotape. We are in the process. We've had meeting after meetings at staff level to look at how we can get up to date on everything. But in the meantime, I'll just indicate to you all, we have had meetings here just about every night until 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, we have. So we're doing the best we can, but yet we all work home over the weekend, and we work from home. To be sure that whatever and I've been in touch with you all, some of you all on weekends, just to check in, or to ask questions or whatever. But we are working on getting up to date on the recording of minutes. So I want you to be sure that there is a difference between each the departments under the jurisdiction of the mayor. It's up to them to do their own minutes. Get them to us for the historical record that we can keep on file. So that if someone files a lawsuit or someone is doing like a historical kind of thing, I think it's great if they can come to the city clerk's office and get copies of something historical. Don't you think I'm a little embarrassed that they can't? A little embarrassed.
so,
You know, I do plan to talk to Clyde about it so that he can then get with each of his department heads and have that done.
so let me ask you this. Is this something that just started up under Mayor Neely, that the other departments in
No,
the boards?
it's been going on, I'm not trying to blame Mayor Neely, it's been going on
'Cause
administration after administration for quite a while. I would say that probably The Stanley administration was probably the only one that kind of kept up to date with it in the 90s.
The Stanley administration. That's concerning to me that the boards are not producing you minutes. That's also concerning that the minutes are not being uploaded on the website for people to review. I'm not sure which ones are on the website, but I think all boards minutes should be on the website. And to my colleagues, I think we should work to make sure that we come up with that on the agenda to see moving forward that all boards are producing minutes to the clerk's office and not only being produced to the clerk office, it also needs to be uploaded on the website for people to view that may want to look at the minutes of a board. I think that's important for the transparency. Thank you so much, Clerk Brown, for all you do in this community. It's been a pleasure having dialogue with you, and I'll yield my time for my colleagues. Any questions you guys have?
Okay, Councilwoman Herkenroder, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just have a couple of very brief questions. I'm looking on page 20 of our agenda packet. I do apologize. I don't know what account number that is in the packet that you handed out to us because we don't have the account numbers here. But for the proposed budget for the legislative department, AKA the Flint City Council, the supplies and operating expenses went up over $45,000. Can you speak to as to why that is?
It's under what now? Supplies?
Yes, under the legislative department. And again, I don't have that account number in my budget packet because it is on page 20.
It went up because we added $50,000 to professional services. That's why it went up.
So are all professional services categorized as supplies and operating expenses then? Not personnel services?
Yeah, the only thing that was changed in the city council budget was professional service. That is it. Nothing else was changed. Nothing else was added or anything to the council budget.
Okay, so then I have an additional question. So it looks as though the personnel services between the FY22 adopted and the FY23 proposed went down approximately $30,000.
I don't know what you're looking at, but we don't have it. We have a breakdown of everything that's in each line item. So when you bunch them all together, I don't know what's bunched together. 'Cause we
So
don't-
with all due respect, so I'm looking at the budget packet that was provided to us by the clerk's office, and that's been available to the public. This is page 20 of the budget packet that we were given. I don't have account numbers on this.
And I don't have that.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
Point of information, it's also the front page of this, the one that we were received today.
Oh, thank you. I didn't even notice that they were the same.
So when you say supplies and operating expenses, I don't know what line items fall underneath that category to tell you why it went up, because I don't have a breakdown of what supplies and operation service how they got to that total. I don't have a breakdown.
Do you know who created this budget?
We did.
supplies, which one are you looking at, the $4,000?
No, she's looking at this right here. She's looking at supplies right here.
So the number for fiscal year 2022, the adopted budget for supplies and operating expenses was $379,000 approximately. For FY23 proposed, that goes up about $46,000 to $425,000.
The cover that was provided to us by the finance department, we have no idea how they came up with this part. That's why we have a breakdown of the itemized budget for you all.
So that's just a bit confusing because I've been operating off of this budget packet that we've gotten from the very beginning.
Okay.
So these breakdowns are confusing because I can't figure out how these numbers are adding up to the numbers that are here, which is what I think is leading to some of that frustration. I'm assuming based off of any other questions that I ask, because we have two different essentially packets, that I think it's just going to lead to more continued frustration. So if there's a way that I can provide these, if I can provide these questions in writing to have them answered so that we can have a better, clear understanding as we keep moving forward. So I guess I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perkins. Any other council members?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman Lewis, you have the floor.
thank you. So looking at the salary page, it doesn't have a number. So I remember that a raise was voted on. So does this budget reflect the proposed raise? No.
It does not.
Okay. And what's the status of that raise?
Pardon?
I said, and what is the status on the vote to raise the council salary?
The status is we now have the final review by the law department, and we'll be able to do whatever we need to do within the next couple of weeks.
Okay,
Okay?
okay. And then,
In terms of retroactive pay back to, I believe it would be December, if I recall correctly.
yeah, I think like December 31st, like
Right.
the last day.
So it would be
Okay.
retroactive to that.
Okay. And then I was also going through the budget report, and I saw a line that says, business license, adult entertainment. What's that?
The business license do give out adult entertainment license. So all the strip clubs and different things, those are considered adult entertainment. And we do license adult entertainment for the city of Flint.
Jennifer, could you move closer, pull your mic? You may have to pull it down a little bit, too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know if it was for, we're subscribing to it, or what business.
No, it's
Yeah, I just
the
want to be
income
clear.
that's basically coming, it's the income that's basically coming in when they come to pay their fees,
Okay.
basically, for their business license.
If I could also indicate, since you're now into the clerk's licensing division component, is under one of the emergency managers, okay? I think the last one. They went through and deleted and eliminated a number of the business licenses that we previously had. So I think it's down maybe like to a halfway point. It should be up, and I'm not against small business at all. But I think that we have to be sure that we're doing what we should be doing under the law in terms of governing. And so therefore, at some point real soon, we will be coming back to you all to ask your permission to look at how we might reinstitute some of the licensing that should be put back on board again. Okay? Because they did take away half of them.
Okay. And
But I don't know why the emergency manager did that. I just don't know.
Okay. And so my other question deals with your vacancy within the elections department. So are you actively seeking employees for this?
Yes, we are. That only happened recently, when one of our people was able to get a better paying position in another municipality as a result of going through experience here. So we're in the
Okay.
process of filling that position as well as another one. We're working with the HR department.
Okay. And my other question is, regarding the governor's, the Board of Review. So I see that that is a slightly paid position, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you have 2 vacancies. So how do you go about being appointed to this board? A recommendation.
It has to be, each council person has direct appointing authority for a person to serve on the board. But if there's someone on the board who is serving and is continuing to serve because their term is not up, even though you may not have appointed them, we still have to adhere to the term of appointment. So I think only recently, I think Ward 6, and there might have been one other ward that we had to let the council person know that they had the appointing authority for that. So what we're in the process of doing now is going through the Board of Review and a couple of other direct appointing authority boards that you all have to see if some of the terms of offices are up. Okay? So I'll have to look at yours to see who now represents the second board. And in our system, we then keep track of when their term expires.
Okay, so I believe I heard you mention that we have over 40 multi-member bodies here.
Yes, approximately.
Okay. Is it possible for us to get a list? I know I asked a few months ago, but is it possible for us to get a list of those bodies so we can know what they are and also know who's on them? And thank you. And the dates when they meet?
Okay.
And these boards, they have their own, I guess they don't need a treasurer because they don't do that. So do they have their own appointed members like secretary? And because I know we mentioned taking notes, well, not notes, but the minutes. So if they had a secretary, I trust that they may know that's a designated person to take minutes. So do they have those appointed positions on these multi-member bodies?
Yes, they elect their own officers.
Okay.
And most of the boards, the only board that I can think of where we really, even though we have appointing authority, let's say with the Hurley Board, for example, that one kind of operates in a little bit of a different way simply because of a law that was enacted some years ago before it became connected to the city of Flint. So we have to adhere to that particular law. As I mentioned to you before, as a council, you all have direct appointing authority on 4 boards. The other boards are direct appointing authority with you all's approval by the mayor. Okay?
Okay.
So we will get that to you.
All righty. Thank you so much, Ms. Brown.
Not a problem.
Inez, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Priestley, are you ready? Yeah. All right, you have the floor.
Okay, one of my questions was one of the ones that Ms. Herkenroder asked about, and that was in the matter of the wages in the city council office being down $30,000. Thank you so much for providing the detail because I found it. So $30,000 went down and $31,000 went down for health insurance premiums. Workman's comp, it wasn't budgeted at all last year, and it's budgeted at $7,065. And those basically are the differences of the $30,000 that we couldn't account for, why it went down. It doesn't make sense to me why we didn't have workman's comp budgeted last year or the year before, so in 22 adopted, 22 amended has no workman's comp. And then health insurance for next year goes down. So that, to me, makes no sense unless it's people like me who don't take city health insurance. I don't know if that was counted in or not. But we have $35,000 in capital outlay on our budget. Is that for the digitalization of our records, or what is that $35,000 for? It's the same as it was for '22.
Is that under equipment?
Capital outlay.
I think that would be the equipment that we have on the itemized page here.
It says equipment, but it doesn't say what it is, obviously, so I was just
What we are
wondering.
in the process of doing is looking at how we can purchase some additional things to kind of help to expedite things that are done in the council office. So that's what a part of that is for, to make some purchases in that regard. We've been in touch with a number of companies, and we're in the process of doing follow-up with them.
Like what type of things?
It would be like some of the minutes, those kind of things, like how can we do that faster, and those kind of things. There's a new company that's in San Francisco that we are currently working with called Granicus, because prior to that, we had a company called Legistar. Legistar then merged in with Granicus, and they have a lot of new things that we feel that we would want to get in order to expedite some of the things we need to do for you all.
Okay. I'd like to know what those are, but,
We can have another conversation another time.
yeah. Now, you said that you maintain hard copies as well as digital copies of minutes?
We're supposed to, yes.
And that's by the Open Meetings Act that we're required to, or is that by charter, is that by state law? How is that?
Well, it's by Inez Brown's law, I believe in hard copies.
All right, we don't have room to store all these hard copies, and we don't want to get into a situation like they did out at the county clerk, where they had a fire,
No,
and we lose some of our
We're in good shape with
documents.
storage, though. That's why we have a vault downstairs. It's like a bank vault. And we have also storage that is protected off-site of some of our records date back to 1850-something. And one of the things we're attempting to do through another company down in Ann Arbor is to have our minutes, the first minutes from 1857, actually put on microfiche and that kind of thing. But at the same-
Microfiche is old.
I know, but that's I'm old too, so that's what I'm doing now. But I guess where I'm going with my thought is this: even though we want to put it on a smaller version, we still want to be able to retain the original book. And at some point in time, when you all have time, I would like you to come down and look at the original minutes of 1857.
That
So
would
if
be
you like history,
fascinating.
all of this is very good, I think.
But I still think that, especially now, in the current day and time, that we should not be keeping hard copies. This is a digital world. You're receiving that in digital form. And I know that most of us on the council now, even our agendas, we're receiving electronically, and we're not printing them off. And
I do.
I know you do.
I do both, a backup.
I make notes on my computer as we go along, and highlight on the computer, but, so I think that that's something that we seriously need to consider. It'll reduce our copying and printing costs immensely by doing that. Also, what was my other thing that I had? I wrote it down. Okay, what do you need to bring us in compliance with the Open Meetings Act in regards to minutes and getting paperwork on time? This is from Mr. Pfeiffer, who is home, unable to attend today. So his question is, what do you need to bring us in compliance with the Open Meetings Act in regards to minutes and getting paperwork on time so that we can give you what you need. Do we need to have another staff person? Because we know how our staff is crazy. And we know that Davina is being charged under your office and not under council. And yet, I would say most of her work is being done for us. So, we need to take a look at that structure and what we need to do our job and support so that you're supported and we're supported too, and that we meet the requirements of the law.
At some point, I would be happy to sit down and talk to council about this in more detail, in a private way. In getting extra staff, that person would have to be like a paralegal, and go through training and that kind of thing, because even though it may appear that this kind of work is not very technical and not very difficult, but it is. So therefore, we have to look at, the increase in salary, which we've done for our staff, but we still want to bring all of that up to date. But in addition to that, we have got to get caught up, which we're trying to do, and I can get back with you all maybe in 3 months from now and say, hey, I need some more money, so we can hire another staff person. So I'm not rejecting the idea of another staff person, but I'm just saying that give us an opportunity to get caught up. That's what I'm saying. Okay?
Okay, I'm just concerned about the workload on our staff. I care about them.
I wouldn't look the way I look if we hadn't worked so hard, okay?
Oh, you don't look bad. So for right now, we want to make sure that you have the tools. The clerk's office has statutory requirements through the state that we must meet. And we must make sure that that office is funded and staffed to the degree that is necessary to meet those requirements. Because I don't want the state coming in here and giving us a fine or whatever. So let's take a really, really, really hard look at that, and let's make sure that we are in compliance, because we have enough problems without adding a compliance issue on top of that.
As far as the clerk's office is concerned, we have maintained our compliance with the Secretary of State's office, as well as with election law as it relates to anything local in the charter, or not the charter, but the code. We have maintained the law by being sure that we do everything that the state requires, and we've done the same thing as it relates to federal requirements. Now, in that regard, we have 500 election workers, and before any of those election workers can go into the field and work, they must go through training.
Right.
And even for those who have gone through training, they must go through retraining each time there's an election. Now, one of the things that has come, in front of us would be the pandemic situation, whereby even though we had elections during the pandemic crisis, we had trouble from the standpoint of not knowing, being sure that the election workers would show up. Some of them did, and some of them got scared and didn't show up. That would have been for the August primary. So we did a lot of recruitment from a statewide standpoint for the November election. And this is how we arrived at, I think, close to 600 people from across the state, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, okay, who came into Flint. They went through training, and we had a very successful election, very successful. Now, some of those people who came from afar indicated to me that they would still like to come back into Flint and work with us. So we're going to extend the invitation to them again if they want to come back in. But even in coming back in, prior to every election, we take them all through training. Now, will there be mistakes on the part of 500 people? Yes. Who gets blamed for it? I do. Okay? But the human problem still comes into play. Now, one of the things that we do as it relates to elections that maybe some other people don't do is that everything that is done, everything that I do as it relates to elections, I do not do alone. I either have Jen with me or somebody else with me doing what we need to do. Most of the time, I don't even touch anything, but I might give instructions. But at all times, at no time, and I'll say this in terms of whenever you all do get a new clerk, whenever I get out of here, okay? Be sure that that clerk is aware of the fact that they should not do anything alone. It should be in conjunction with 2 to 3 people at all times. Because the integrity of the process is important, so that people will know that, okay, I'm going to go out and vote because I know my vote will be accurately counted. Okay? It will be accurately counted. Now, one of the things that we were able to do during the 2020 election, we were able to get a grant from a civics organization, a nonprofit, non-political civics organization. And based upon that grant, we were able to purchase a $72,000 absentee ballot counting system. So we're able to count ballots real quickly now, that are absentee ballots, as opposed to, maybe 22 a minute. Now it can be maybe like close to 70 or 100 a minute. And of course, because so many people did cast absentee ballots in the presidential, it was a great thing that we did have it. So we're extremely grateful to that nonprofit organization for granting that particular money to us. And we did account for it. We ended up turning money back into them because we didn't spend it all, because we weren't able to spend some of what they sent to us, because they sent it to us kind of like at the last minute. So we adhered to their particular, directions and so forth.
So as we talk about the elections, we had, how many precincts did we have prior to this election?
We had 61.
We had 61, and how
Right.
many are we going to have after 20,000 population?
About 54.
54. So with 20,000 loss in population, which was 25%, we're only losing 7?
Roughly,
So
But
the
they're-
elections are going to
they're
cost
gonna-
us more per,
Well, they're all going to, we don't really, the way it's broken down and the way the people are going to be distributed, it's about 9,000 people per ward.
right?
And we have it kind of divided up into little precincts and that kind of thing. And most of the precincts in the buildings where we have our voting equipment and so forth, which is at the schools, we do not have to pay. Now, one of the things that we do have to pay for, naturally, would be our election inspectors.
Right.
And we plan to bring to you all soon a resolution asking for an increase in pay for the election inspectors. So that will be coming to you all probably in July, thereabouts.
I don't want to limit anybody's access to the right to vote, but I think when we've lost 25%, 25%? I don't know.
20%.
20%, yeah, I knew that was wrong, of our population, that we should not have, we should have condensed our precincts a little bit more, although I know it would take,
I didn't hear the word that you indicated. We should do what now?
we should reduce our precincts in a likely manner, even though they might have to travel a little bit farther, which I know that there are people in this town who do not have access to transportation. I just think that, because we have to look at a reduction in our expenses, and I know that it's the election inspectors. It's not that much. I understand that at the last election, they got paid $100 for the whole day, right?
Oh, they were paid, you mean the inspectors?
Mhm.
That came out of the grant, so it didn't come out of the city
Okay.
money.
Okay. That's good. That's a good thing. All right.
If I could further respond to your concern relative to the number of precincts. State law is really kind of quiet a little bit in terms of how far a person must be from a precinct. But I do feel very strongly that when you are located in an urban area such as Flint, or even in a rural area, that the accessibility of a voting precinct should be readily available as close as possible to the voters. So this is why we have been able to locate buildings in that regard, to be sure that people don't have to go from afar to cast their ballot and so forth. So as we put everything together with the 57 or the 54, I can't remember if it's 54 or 57, those precincts, and it's only, if I recall correctly, the churches, I think, are the only ones that we really have to pay. And I don't have a problem with that because they have to look out for their light, gas, and all of that, and with us being there until 12 and 1 o'clock in the morning. So that is an expense for them. But I do feel that in order for all of the voters, no matter who they vote for, it's not my business, things should be available to them up close and personal in terms of availability of that precinct being located close to their home. So we look at all of that as we put things together.
And like I said, it's just that we've lost 20% of our population, and didn't lose that many precincts. And that's the only problem I have with it. I want people to be able to get to vote. I want them to, if they don't have a car, to take a bus, a walk, whatever, to the precinct. I know for me, I've got a mile to precinct, which I think I'm one of the farthest away from my precinct, from my polling place. But anyways, I think that's all my questions for now. I do want to see us move forward with digitalizing our records. I think that's got to be a priority, especially the current records. I think we need to stop storing paper because sometimes we're going to run out of room and we're going to have to pay for off-site storage. And in nowadays, it just doesn't make sense to have paper and electronic copies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Mays, you have the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. As I look at the budget before me, I've looked at them various years. I'm looking at the revenue column proposed for FY 2023. The revenue column is what, $1 million, $1,001,500, correct?
You talking about for 2022, 23?
It says proposed 2023, $1,001,500. You see that column? In 22, it was 941,000. In 2023 proposed, that's the one that I guess we own, $1 million, correct?
You're looking under what department, sir?
If I may, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays, yes.
So the revenue is $1,1,500,000, right? And the expenditure is $1,610,000. You follow me? So the clerk's office with charges and stuff rendered is generating $1 million in revenue. The other $600,000 I've looked around. Is that coming from the general fund, or do the million go to the general fund and then come back? Do we know?
I think it's basically coming from the general fund.
That's what I would think, but I would wonder why would they, when they put the revenue for the clerk's office, it seems like when they put that in the budget in the 101 account, why are they telling us, I guess it's relevant, but the proposed revenue would go to the general fund, correct? That's what I would think. And then the expenditures all come out the general fund, 1.6, correct? Okay. So the clerk's office is collecting the revenue, license, permits, and then the other charges rendered might be copies of things and things of that nature. But I don't want to look at the clerk's office as self-funded, because we're still pulling 1.6 out the general fund. Let's just concentrate on the expenditures.
Mr. Mays, could I respond to you also on the $1 million?
Yeah, but could you go to the mic a little better, Ms.
Okay,
Brown?
Sure. Okay, a part of that amount of money would be the money we receive from Comcast.
Beg your pardon?
We receive roughly $200,000, is it quarterly roughly, from Comcast for the city.
Oh, so
And
that's
it goes-
part of the
right, that's
million in
part of the million,
revenue.
Right, So that doesn't even come, it comes through our office, and then we, send it on to where it needs
To the
go.
general fund or wherever it goes.
So it's not our expense, it doesn't come to us at all.
But it's in this million, you think?
I think it's in there, yeah.
I don't know if it is or not,
It would have
but
to-
whoever doing it, we gonna have to check on some of that, because it's interesting to know the proposed revenue. And if I had the facts in front of me from the previous years, I could look at what was proposed, what was actual, and what's adopted. I can't tell from these documents. But it's neither here nor there, because the expenditures of 1.6, who submitted that figure? You and your office, or the mayor, or a combination of both?
No, we did.
Y'all submitted 1,610,000, and they went with what you recommended.
This is with the city council or with the,
The overall expenditure category with the clerk and elections is 1,610,000. So y'all submitted and nobody messed with that.
well, what we had a number of
It's-
meetings.
It'll be better than that, Mike.
We had a number of meetings with them where they requested to meet with us. And so let's say with the clerk's office and the election division, for example, we requested $60,000 because we have to, have ballots printed, a lot of other different things.
You requested 60,000 where?
Let's say, for example, in the
In a particular category in elections?
elections, on the printing and publishing.
Okay, let's see
Now,
where that's at.
What they did was to decrease it down to 40,000, but when we had the meeting with them,
Well, let me see if I can figure out what you're saying. It's another page behind the page that I just showed you, one page behind. It say mayor, 90,000, forecast, that's for 2024, 112,000. Is it a page that you're looking at? On that same page, I see mayor 65,000, forecast 1,000, but it's 2 fiscal years. So without interrupting you, what are you trying to get me to understand about the 60,000? What were you saying?
with the 60,000, we were requesting that amount of money for ballot printing and so forth. as
For the what?
For elections.
So you be away
For
from that,
elections,
man.
okay? And I I believe what they were allocating was 40,000. So in the meeting we had with them, we indicated that we needed more than 40,000. They then switched it back to what we originally requested,
And that was for what?
printing of ballots.
Printing of ballots.
Right.
Now, did any other category go up or down or change from what was requested?
In the category of, this would be in the council.
And I'm kind of saying it not so much for me, I can strain and hear you, but, you know, for it's being
This would be
broadcast. That's better.
in the, probably before you came to the table, in the council budget, we had made a request for $350,000. And this would take into consideration the audit. And if you recall, last year, we paid about 200 and some thousand dollars, 225,000 to the auditors.
So was the 300,000 request in this budget, was it granted?
Yes, it was granted. They added the 50,000 to it.
Who added 50,000?
The administration, because that's what we requested from them.
Okay, so
350.
is it any category of money that was taken down rather than up?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so that means the budget that you have before us, you're satisfied with.
As far as I know, yes.
Okay, now let me talk about what I'm not satisfied with. And we'll see what this council does. I do it each year. When you talk about the Open Meetings Act and the minutes, I've heard talk about that. There are some short time frames. If a person requested those minutes to Open Meetings Act, say something like 6, 7, 8 days. And I know there's a problem with that in some cases. Now, I believe it can be corrected because if somebody requested, I believe those minutes can be done in 2 days. But it's some requirements about us approving minutes in so many days up under the Open Meetings Act. So this is law. So that make me want to amend the budget. You mentioned a paralegal. A paralegal can not only help with minutes, but they can help with ordinances and or resolutions. That would be my wish, that we get a person, amend the budget, put a person in that legislative office who could help with minutes and or drafting ordinances and resolutions before they go to legal. Because I'm concerned about that. One of our main functions is to introduce ordinances and resolutions. And then I'm listening to legal. They want 2 more people in this budget. And I'm listening to how he's trying to tell us as individual council folk that how to combine and do our resolutions. I ain't buying it. So I'm going to propose a budget amendment to get that extra person, whether it's a paralegal and or ordinance and resolution person combined. How much would that salary be? Do you know? Whether that person came through promotions or who we already got and somebody else replaced somebody. I want to get an estimate from you. What do you think that salary for that person should be?
I think you're probably looking at the late 40s, early 50 category.
40, 50, and then with fringes and whatever. So that might be $100,000 or so.
The 100,000 plus.
Yeah, amendment. So that'll be one. Now, I haven't been able to convince a council of this yet, but I might also look at this amendment. Council persons, whether they're old, not referring to anybody in particular, or whether they new and young. My position is, I've always said, like in Chicago, Detroit, and other municipalities, council should have one staff person. They could have their assistant. And I might propose a budget amendment for that, whether that person was part-time, making 20 or whatever, but that would be 9 of them at that. So I made a note to that. And then ward accounts. Can you explain to this council what's been your knowledge of experience with ward accounts?
Well, some years ago, the city council received ward accounts. And each city council person received, if I remember correctly, it was either $2,000 or $3,000. They could not spend the money for anything political and so forth, but as they spent things, we have developed a list of what was correct and not political. As they spent the money, they had to provide us with receipts and so forth. But when we ran into financial problems and the emergency manager came in, he eliminated the expense account for city council. But it was between $2,000 and $3,000
So,
annually.
and that was back in what, the 80s?
No, I wasn't here in the 80s. I was in D.C. in the 80s.
When was Ed Taylor and them and Verdell and them here, the 90s?
That would have been in the late 90s, early 2000s.
And they had ward
They
accounts.
had ward accounts.
So I'll probably try a budget amendment. I do it each year for ward accounts. But let me say this, because I see the fire chief here. The other day, everybody was antsy when the ombudsman person was here. And I'm going to get out the way. I stayed out the way and let folks do their thing today. I'm going to continue to stay out the way, but I'm going to take care of my business and the business of the residents of the city of Flint. But I'm going to say this, and I'm not talking to you and the staff. I'm talking to the council. I heard Pastor Randolph say, it's a sad dog who won't wag its own tail. This is the council budget. I mean, we giving millions here, millions there. Now we get to our budget, and I don't have to ask people what we need. My job is to amend the budget and put it in there and tell them what we want, what we need. We control the budget. Ain't no doubt about it. Now, I'm going to see, because I'm going to ask that these resolutions be drafted up, 100 plus for somebody helping paralegal and or ordinances and resolution drafting. Now, how you organize that in your office, if this council passed that amendment, whether you promote, move, and put some, however you do it, you understand what I'm saying. I'm going to bring that budget amendment, and we'll see what we get as far as that particular staff person, because compliance is by law. We ain't got no choice when it comes to minutes. The individual council assistant person or persons, whether it's 9, 3, or 4, but some of these folks need help. Sometimes I do too. So I'm going to see if they amend the budget to have council assistants. Are you familiar with council having staff in the city of Detroit, Ms. Brown?
Yes, I am.
And so I'm familiar with council having staff. Let's see what this council want to do, because I've been an advocate of a full-time council for over 20, 30 years. People can't show up, other jobs, their priorities ain't there. And that's okay, because it's part-time. It should be made full-time, and we could do better for the city. So I'm going to bring that budget amendment and see what happens with it as it relates to council staff people. And then finally, ward accounts, 3 to 5,000. Now, the last council, they voted down ward accounts. A lot of people vote stuff down because I bring it. If I say I didn't want no wards accounts, it probably passed 7 to 1. But if I say I want them, it might get 1 vote and 7 no. I'm used to folks killing the messenger. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask for a budget amendment for ward accounts. And I know that that would be helpful to part-time paid council people because it could help them with their neighborhood groups, different other things they could do. So those are the 3 budget amendments. Is the election, I'm going to get away from the council and go back to the clerk, to the elections. Is all necessary money in place for elections?
Yes,
Is it a tight budget or does it give you enough wiggle room?
it should be enough room.
Okay, if not, you'll come back for a budget amendment.
Because one of the things we're looking at is.
Beg your pardon?
One of the things, and I had mentioned this probably before you came, is looking at increasing the salaries of the election inspectors.
The election specialist.
Election inspection,
Inspections.
right.
What they making now?
It depends on the category that they serve. The chairpersons receive about $200, a little bit.
For that day?
For that day.
And then the others receive about what?
They receive roughly, what is about 150? 150, 175.
About 175.
But we want to go up on it, and I will be bringing a proposal to you all, and that amount is included in the budget.
I would look forward to that proposal, but the best time to get that done is during the budget. Because other than that, you got some folks, they talk a little different around here in finance, in legal. They think we can't introduce nothing dealing with money after the budget is adopted. I don't agree with it. I test it out any day of the week with a resolution, let them veto it, and see if 6 votes override it. It's just impossible to have that type of logic, but some folks believe it. Some folks believe the legal counsel when he tell them they can deliberate outside of an open meeting. I just don't believe it, and gonna prove it. I'm just gonna not believe it, gonna prove it. Everything in time. So would that be the only outstanding item, maybe an increase for those election workers? What is your name, ma'am? Jennifer. Jennifer, did you, when we passed the resolution for essential worker pay and that premium pay, did you qualify and receive that?
Yes, I did.
Want a second round?
I would love it.
You love a second, I'm gonna propose a second round. That money getting ready to hit in this month, May, another 47 million. What did I say? It's a pole dog that won't wag its own tail. You take care of home first. You take care of employees. I looked at the salaries of what y'all making down there, and I know what my salary is. Now, I think it's foolish not to take care of folks. Let me ask you this question, and then I'm going to end my conversation. When y'all got that, it came on your regular payroll check, didn't it?
Yes,
And it affected your bottom line because it came on that check, correct?
correct.
I've heard people say because of overtime they had worked and that check and taxes. I'm going to see if I can get it.
Taxes was very high.
Right, I'm going to see if I can get it on a different cycle on the off week of pay. I don't want it. I want people to feel that. But now keep in mind, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Because if I introduce it or bring it, I got to say I don't want them to get it. And that's the reverse psychology. They might give it. So maybe I won't. Maybe I don't want y'all to get no money on the second round. We'll see what happens. But if don't nobody move, watch me introduce a second round. That wasn't but about 2.6 million. Did it make you feel better?
It did.
Good. I wanted to make you feel better again. I have nothing else unless there's something y'all want to tell me.
Nope.
Your equipment, office furniture, and everything is good.
No, my office, my community desk.
Go ahead and speak. What's wrong with it? What's happening?
Well, I mean, the office furniture, no, it's old, outdated. I'm just gonna be honest, it's old and outdated. All of my desks, I don't have no desk because I just have a shelf because all of our drawers, all of my drawers is actually toe up. But
Ms. Brown, about how much is office furniture?
I looked at it, to get a good, actually commercial desk, it's gonna run you $1,600.
1,600. See, I like you. You know why I like you? Because different departments come up and I ask them, whether we're able to do it, I want to know. And I guess you ain't scared to talk in front of your superior because you shown up told me, and I'm proud to hear it. If there's anything we can do in the area of office furniture, I'll amend that and put it on there. Ms. Brown, I'm listening.
The one thing I would want to say in closing, since you all are done with your questions, I would assume?
I still haven't,
Oh, you still
I have not. I'm the last
Oh, I'm
one,
sorry.
Madam Clerk,
I'll
so.
pause then for you.
And I know we're time conscious. I know Mr. Councilman May still has the floor.
Yeah, I said I'm about done because I'm going to check on our office and our staff, and I'm glad people in the office ain't scared to tell me what I want to hear because I'm going to ask. And I ask each and every department. I asked the police chief why he keep coming asking for $300,000 for a helicopter, and I'm ready to give him 14, 15 million. You might need to be in the police department because you will let me know what we need. Thank you, Madam Chair. May I
Thank you,
be
Councilman
excused
Mays.
for a second?
Yes. Councilwoman Winfrey, you're good? Okay. Madam Clerk, I'll be very quick to make sure that we're time conscious because I see the other two department heads are here. One thing for me, it is technology. I do, and I appreciate the fact that my colleague Judy states she likes digital. I'm old-fashioned. I still have a hard copy and digital because I like a backup. It's nice to know that for your paper copies, for traditionally, because we go back, I believe Flint was 1855, that those items will be preserved in the vault. But technology, I would like to see in other municipalities, you can do a lot of more functions online without coming in so that you don't have as much interaction one-on-one. Credit card processing, are we credit card processing in the clerk's office yet?
No.
Okay, and that would be helpful. For me, licensing for Illinois, a lot of things I just do it online. And it makes it easy so you don't, and especially with COVID. And our building, I don't know, is our building really handicap accessible? I think it's easier if you're online and quicker to do these items. You can pay with a credit card, debit card, PayPal, and all the other different ways to pay. So I would like to see, for me, technology. Also, Paul's equipment is just terrible. Lack of, and Paul does a good job with it because he makes it work. So it really made me take a look at it during the pandemic because we were all home to look at YouTube, how they were streamed. So I would like to see our public viewing for YouTube to have a clearer picture, better mics that work would be great. Just our technology, I think that's where, for me, I would like to see us really improve that to make us more efficient in the clerk's office. The wage study, and I think someone got into that because I was taking notes. The wage study, did you get that for your office yet?
Yes, the staff did go through the wage study, and it's my understanding that is being analyzed, and we're doing follow-up with it ourselves just to be sure that we are still included. I should indicate to you all that some of the previous administrations have done wage studies, but they excluded our offices. But in this particular case, we were not excluded. But in that regard, I'm still doing follow-up so that, we're all included in that particular thing.
Okay. Simple equipment. I remember the clock used to be right there. Can we get another timer clock? I think it's easier for everyone when they see that clock and they hear it. To me, I remember standing at the podium because I could gauge myself, how I needed to wrap up as the time would start to wind down, because that clock was visible and you knew your time was up.
Right.
I appreciate the ladies and the staff, but they are doing a million things when they're here, and including answering my questions. If I have questions, I'm leaning over and, hey. So it makes it, I think, a little bit tough for them. I think the clock would simplify having that back, working microphones, like I said, back to the technology, Paul's equipment, being able to stream. Now, did he state before he had the equipment, or what's going on with that?
He has some of the equipment, and Paul and I will be meeting real soon to find out where he is with respect to some of the equipment. I should also indicate to you all that periodically, he and I have gone to Comcast down near Detroit, and we've had meetings with Comcast, just to be sure that they're doing all that they're supposed to do, so that things are done correctly from that end. And I think that he and I did talk late yesterday, and he and I will be getting together again real soon to talk about those kind of things.
Okay, and I don't think a lot of people know, as long as if we're here to 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and we were here to 4 o'clock in the morning before, Comcast, the person there is there as long as we're here. So they're working over like we are, if our meetings are going long. My other question is, we've talked about meetings. Is it true that this is the council that's had more meetings than any other council?
That is very true. And I've been here since July of '97, and I have to tell the truth, we've had more meetings than any council that we've ever worked for before.
Yeah, that's a lot, and it's a strain. It's on there. I'm not able to do anything else generally, and I'm gonna when we're catching up, although our job, yes, is part-time, it's full-time. It's full-time with getting things coming back from off of emergency management, and when there's a shift and a change, and then the pandemic, it's a lot. And it's a lot on all of you, especially switching over, and that technology switch was rough at first. And it was a learning curve that everybody in every municipality was thrown. We talked about, you and I talked about, I know we have to get together. We talked about, you said over 50% of the licensing was changed by or canceled by the emergency management. And those were streams that I think Councilwoman Lewis asked about, the adult entertainment division or licensing. What are some of the other ones that were dropped?
One of the biggest ones that was dropped was initial merchants. That means every restaurant, every corner store, every boutique, everybody that has a storefront used to have to get a business license. They took that away, so you can open up anything you want and don't have to get a business license because they took it away from us. And that was one of our number one stream of income, was initial merchant. Because if you had a restaurant, if you had a boutique, anything that you had, you had to have a license for it. Now, anybody, and I mean anybody, can open up a store, and they don't even have to come to us and let us know.
So so business can just come open up a business and you don't know. The city of Flint can't, there's no way to track that now because emergency management had taken away some of that. So that is something.
So I think you can see now why we want to reinstitute all of this. We don't want to do anything to hurt small business in this community, but we really, really need to reinstitute what we had what was in place, all the way back to the beginning.
I mean, even like car washes and different things. You can open up a car wash, no car washes, none of those businesses have to have a license, which they used to. Ambulance, records, all of them don't have to have a license anymore.
How much does some of those license would they normally run?
For like initial merchants, it's $400. And at first, they had it to whereas it was just $400 for your first initial, new license, and then when you get renewed, it was $250, and that was a yearly. That's
okay.
Yes.
Point of information. Was, from you to the speaker, was it through that we were able to collect more personal property tax?
Yes.
Because now that we don't have that business license, we don't necessarily know that those property.
Correct.
Thank you.
I should also indicate to you all that because of the takeaway of some of the licensing and so forth, it really has been, I think, very bad for the city of Flint. Because I think in that regard, you're not able to, like, monitor things that are going on. Now, just so that you'll know, I have had some dialogue with the current administration, with Clyde, and I've also had dialogue with the police chief. Because one of the things that must happen on a lot of the licenses is that the police department has to be involved in terms of checking out to see if everything's okay. So we don't just kind of like up and do it and issue the license. There's a protocol that it has to go through. And in that regard, we developed the price so that everybody's kind of like included in the pay, but they don't get paid, if you know what I'm saying. So the initial merchant's license at one time was only about $300. Yes, we did increase it to $400. So at some point real soon, we will be getting together with you all, once we get everything together ourselves, to look at how we can reinstitute the licensing that was terminated under the emergency manager.
Okay, and thank you for that. I know you and I have to meet, and I don't think we are doing at least three meetings a week.
Yeah.
And we're here, and I think a lot of us are, it's long.
If I could mention one of the things.
Yes.
And I know I'm cutting into what you're saying.
go ahead.
If you don't mind. One of the things that we did include in a previous year's budget would have been the remodeling of this room. Okay? Now, we did not include it this time because we were not sure if we would get anything, but I feel as though we need to put it on the table again, that this room does need to be updated, remodeled, and secured. Secured in a very good way. Now, and we've already designed some things from the past that were thrown away by the emergency manager that we can reinstitute at some point. But since this building was built when I was a kid in high school, which is a long time ago, it's an old building. And if we plan to stay in this building, this part needs to be taken care of.
What are some of the things that you would like that you feel that should be here? I know it used to be the seating because some of the chairs don't work. But what are some of the things, if you don't have to get into great detail because of time constraints, but what are some of the things?
Well, I won't go into detail, but I did at one time have a designer come in from Grand Rapids. Okay, so that's how far we were trying to go. But at the same time, we recognized since money was kind of short, that a part of the design had to take place 1 year and the other part had to conclude at another time. So it would have to be done maybe on a 2-year basis. And of course, all of this would be designed properly. And I think a lot of the companies that I dealt with in Grand Rapids are still in business.
Oh, and I think when we look, and especially with COVID and how we sit, and COVID, it will forever be in play now. It just will. I would like to look at that, and I'll get with you on that. Or you'll get with me, and I know time has been an issue probably for me. The other part is when we talked about, Councilwoman Priestley talked about the precincts, and some of the precincts, I know you have to have them with the number that we have. I know there was a difficult time with getting poll workers. They didn't want to work the polls. A lot of our seniors or retirees work the polls, and COVID has changed that because they just don't want to be in contact because COVID kills. It has the ability to. Are you still, how are your numbers looking? Because I know was it a grant or something that you got help to increase the pay, and then trying to get younger people to apply to be there because their COVID rates weren't as high as their seniors' rates of, I hate to say, not making it through COVID.
We're still in the recruitment process. We never give that up. I did make a presentation last, I think was it last Friday we got? At the YWCA. They have a branch office at Bunch School now. And that presentation was to try to encourage people to become more involved in the voting process, and then talking to them about the integrity of the process, and encouraging them to get with our office and so forth. So as a result of that, I have heard from a couple of people so far.
So you are hiring for election workers?
Yes.
So since this is public,
But
they
they have to take a test, though.
they have to take a test. It's a
And they do
basic
not
test.
They do not go into the field.
Right. And you
Untrained.
have training.
That's right. They get paid for the
You
training.
get paid for the training, you get
Yes.
paid for being an election worker. So for the young folks out there, we need you. We need you. Also, when we talk about closing some of the precincts, I'm very cautious to that. I'm not a big proponent of that because I've looked at how Georgia, how voter suppression was done, and it was predominantly done in poor, rural, and black communities. And that bothers me. I'm not for closing precincts at this time because we don't have a good transportation system. We don't have one like Chicago or New York. You don't need a car in those areas. You simply don't need a car in New York. You don't. You can drive. A lot of people in New York don't even have a driver's license. And that's not uncommon. Chicago, too, because you have buses, transit, you have Uber, you have many ways of using transportation. And our transportation system with MTA primarily covers major roads, and it doesn't connect. So, and with our city shrinking,
Point of information.
yes,
For someone that sits on the MTA board, we do have right to wellness, and we do have other transportation at the MTA, and I'll bring you that information at the next city
but
council.
I've already got that. I appreciate that.
okay.
My mother retired from MTA.
Okay, I
And
just
so,
wanted
yeah.
to make it clear.
Yeah, but
as
we
a-
don't have major roads like New York and Chicago. I mean, major cities, their transportation system, they have money. It's a lot different to get, I mean, they grocery shop and everything. And my mom uses wellness. She does, and it is a great, and your ride. But when we talk about for younger people, or for people in general, getting out there, our transportation system, it suffices, but it's not, you need a vehicle to really get to places. Even if we say if we were going to a grocery store, you know, we're considered to be a food desert here. So we know transportation is important. So when it comes to closing precincts, I'm not for that. I've seen how they did Georgia, and that was appalling for me, and that was a problem. So technology is so important for us. That is the thing that I hear from the community all the time, that technology, the cameras, the streaming, they can't hear us or drop in the pictures, or there's an issue with, you know, something, but the technology. And then I think for us, we tap the microphones to make sure and cross our fingers and hope they're working. You always do. He always do. And it's correct. So I will not keep you. I want to thank you, Madam Clerk, and Jennifer, love your nails.
Thank you.
And your faith outfit. I do. And thank you for your, and then speaking out. And I do want to say this. The City Hall's equipment and furniture is so antiquated. A lot of it, they were thrown out a couple of years ago. They started, Lee did, who is the maintenance department, and it needs to be replaced. A lot of it is not functional, and it is hazardous to some of them. I mean, literally, if you put yourself underneath, you know, your legs underneath, pull up to your desk, you get, I cut my leg. You know, so we need some changes. I don't know where it's going to come from, but this building is old, it needs some help, and a basic desk. I remember Councilwoman Priestley, she had an adjustable chair by default.
So you would support our request for some additional money in order to do?
We need to. I mean, I look at that equipment, and honestly, when I haven't done anything to my office, and I was seriously considering bringing one of the desks from my office, 'cause I'm spending more time here, and putting it in my office, and that is the truth.
No, I was talking about out here.
Oh, we need to do something. This is peeling up here. This is literally, yeah, it's, and the.
My drawer don't open.
your-
And our
Yeah.
top drawer is full of trash and dirt
And-
and old food.
So it sounds like you got some support here with that. Yeah. You know, I think we could do much better with how we function, and even having 8-foot tables to bring out. I think we could do, if we have it, we can find it, let's make it look better, because we want people to be here. You know, we're here, these chairs don't work, they are not ergonomically correct. They do, and I need a pillow, and I do, because my legs are short, and everybody that sits in the chair behind them, I'm trying to adjust, these chairs are not ergonomically correct, and we're here for 10 hours sometimes. So when we're sitting that long, you need an ergonomically correct chair. So, thank you for your time, Madam Clerk and Jennifer, and we appreciate you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Our next will be Chief Barton. I see you back in the back for the fire department.
Just a
Yes.
friendly reminder, we got 3 departments, 5:30, you know, so I was thinking an hour per department, because if we're trying to be done by 8:30, we probably just need to be conscious when we looking at asking questions, because if we got 2 more departments, and Blight is a real critical, I'm not saying fire or not, but we just did 2 hours.
And I agree, I mean, we did, but everyone's questions, it's, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and Chief Barton is really quick, I promise you that. He has all the
He
answers.
ain't always quick.
He's going to watch. He's going to be quick. Like, he didn't even bring Deputy Chief Carrie Edwards with him.
You do? I
Uh-oh.
remember that. So when I got to come back to you for something, I'll make sure I got it on. All right.
Chief Barton, so that the public knows, you are the fire chief for the fire department. Thank you for coming today.
Yes.
I know you stretch your funds, and lately the big thing, not big thing, you're bringing about community mental health awareness. So I want to start with my colleagues. I don't know which one will go first. Let's see if it's Councilman Murphy, because he said he's time conscious.
No,
No?
not yet. No.
Who would like to, Councilman Winfrey Carter? See, look, no one wants to ask you questions.
Right.
This is going to be real quick. Exactly, he is the easiest department.
I can start.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Priestley.
Okay, we'll make this all about the money, and I won't get into anything else. I won't get into the weeds. How's that?
Okay.
Okay. We've got almost double state revenue for you, 2 million in '23, and there was $1,065,000 last year. Do you know what the difference came from?
But that state revenue comes from the cost for state building, so it's not a cost that we set. It's a cost that the state itself, any building that the state buildings, because we are offering fire protection.
Okay, so they're giving us the money?
Yes, they're giving.
Okay,
yes.
wonderful. And then your charges for services, what do those, are those fees that you charge for inspections?
Yeah, those are fees that we charge for inspections. When we go on accidents, we can bill for, like, basically if a person has the auto insurance, it's in the policy where we can
Right.
bill if we use the jaws of life. If it's like a gas bill, antifreeze, or we got to clean up, things like that, we can charge for. When we go to fires, they actually bill the insurance company.
Are we doing that? There's only
and things.
90,000.
Right.
But
yeah,
most of the house
it's
fires
like a
are
lot of
vacant.
them, a lot of them are vacant, so that's the problem. Most of the house fires we have in our community are usually vacant, so it don't generate a lot of
And in my
funds.
ward.
Yeah.
And are you fully staffed now?
At this point, we are down 6. We keep having that turnover, the same issue that the police have. So we are having a continuous posting. We're down 6 at the current time. We are posting and looking at trying to hire. And HR actually been doing the written test, because after COVID changed a lot of things, they can do the written test, entrance exam online, so they're doing that. And when we get enough candidates, then we'll offer a physical agility and start trying to recruit to get fill those 6 positions.
Now, do you have fire school like the police has a police academy?
You know, we are, myself, deputy chief, we have like 4 or 5 people in our fire department that are licensed fire instructors.
Okay.
And so when we hire, we run our own fire academies.
Okay. I see that same thing about the pension, but that's, your supplies went up like $500,000. Supplies and operating expenses. Now, we found out that operating expenses can include a whole bunch. Are you familiar with what might be in that line item?
I know some of the things in supplies, I did ask for an extra 50,000. We have 5 stations. Because if you all visit the station, some of the cabinets, those cabinets has been there since I hired in '87. And so we did have Consumer Powers has been coming in. We'd like to thank them. They came in and they're replacing all our stoves. They're going to replace the refrigerators. They're replacing all our small appliances, and they'll also be replacing all our lights that are not LED with LED lights. And so I said, with that going on, I figured this would be the perfect time to try to get the kitchen and the stations modeled and upgraded. And so I did ask that they put an extra $250,000. So that would have been an extra $250,000, so we can improve all the stations.
Does fire staff, the firefighters, do they pay for their own food when they're on, or is that come out of your budget?
No, they pay for their own food.
Well,
Like years ago.
suppose they have to eat.
Yeah, years ago, they used to have a food allowance that was given. It was the first check in January, and it'd be the first check in June that they would, first check in July that they did a food allowance. But back, I'll say 10, 15 years ago, when we first went into receivership, that was something that was eliminated.
Of course. All right, that is my questions. Thank you so much. Since this is a budget hearing, I'm doing the money. Councilman Murphy?
Yeah, I'm ready. So, could you tell us how many fire stations that's operating right now?
We have 5 fire stations operating at this time.
Where are they located?
We have Station 1, which is downtown 5th Street. Station 3, ML King, 1525 ML King. Station 6 is DuPont and Pearson Road. Station 5, Western Road. Station 8, Atherton Road.
Okay. How many fire stations did you guys have that is vacant? Do you know?
Well, the only one I'm sure that I believe the city still owns is Station 4 that was on Industrial and Stewart Street. The other ones have been sold, so we have no other vacant fire stations that's owned by the city.
So the one on Stewart, that's in my ward.
Yes.
And do you guys, is it just the city responsibility to keep it maintained, or is it still up under your department? Do you guys go by, check on it? How do that work?
No, this is the city. All maintenance is done by the same person that does City Hall. So it's up to the city and the maintenance department here at the city.
Because I noticed the one over there by where I live is becoming a dump site.
Right.
How many firefighters do we have? Is this Mark?
I think it is.
There these mics go again. How many full-time firefighters do we have on staff now?
Like, we're down 6 positions, so we'd be at 77.
70.
Well, basically it's 76, because the only person, I have one, my administrative assistant is the only person on the fire department that is not a certified firefighter.
So you got 5 stations open on a given day, first shift, second shift, third shift. How many average per shift?
We generally have, our minimum is, that we have on duty is like 18. That's including the battalion chief, because we have the fire trucks, 5 fire trucks, which we have to have a mandate, at least 3 men staffed on that truck. And then we have 2 squads with 1 person on each squad, and then battalion chief. So our minimum that we run to keep all 5 stations open is 18, and that's including the battalion chief.
Is there a possibility that we can get a copy of Yeah, you guys, what all do you guys respond to? Let me ask that question.
We respond to everything. I'm saying, and I say that to say, because we are medical first responders, a lot of people have been dispatched because somebody dreamed they died. So we do first responders. We do lift assist when the public calls, somebody falling, needing assistance, getting up off
Hold
the
on
floor.
for a minute.
They're spraying.
Yeah, I say,
Okay. Yeah.
you know, but we have, of course, fires, car fires, dumpster fires, wires down, gas odors, a variety of medical calls, from trouble breathing, unresponsive, I'm saying, so it's a majority. When you're looking at EMS seizures, unresponsive male, man down, like I said, so it's a variety. When you look at medical, we respond to tier 1 medical calls, and that's established by Genesee County Med Control.
Okay. One of the things that I'm concerned about, and I'm not sure, when it comes down to our insurance rates, I'm not sure, do they look at the location of the fire department or?
Yes, they do. That's the ISO rating. That's how insurance is rated through, I know fire, because they come in every 5 years, and they rate the locations of the fire stations. They rate the fire hydrants and their conditions. They rate the equipment that we have, and that's what's established your ISO rating.
So, do we have adequate stations and personnel with the population that we are?
I would say, yes, we're close. Of course, we can always use more staffing. NFPA recommendation is that you have 1 firefighter for every 1,000 people you have in your community. And so when you look at the population, some people say we have, 80-some thousand. Some people say it's 100. But so we, like I said, we're 83. We're right there at that minimum. But of course, we can use more.
Is there anything that we can do to support the fire department when it comes down to upgrading y'all equipment and the technology?
Equipment, far as equipment, we're in good shape, but like I say, because we are taking things in fires like fire hoses sometime, depending on when you're stretching a fire hose through a house, it may get burned and damaged. Just like our firefighters' equipment, when they go in the fire, it depends on what's burning in that structure, and if it gets so hot, their face shields can melt, helmets can melt, so we get damaged, and it's not for misuse, it's damage for the conditions that we're actually going into. And so sometimes we start using equipment depending on the number of fires we have at the time. But we definitely would need to get our training. Like everybody keep talking about technology, we still hooking a computer up to a TV to try to do training. So it would be nice if we had training updated technology where people can sit at the station, like all of you are quite sure at times where you see everybody at Station 1 because everybody has to come to the station when we're trying to train everybody. So if we had the way to stream from Station 1 by our fire safety training officer's house where he can stream it out to all the other stations. Because sometimes, depending on the length of the training, gets really, you don't want to do it, but we have training that's required, that we have to do yearly training from hazmat awareness, driver's training, and certain trainings we do, and some of those trainings, it's a number of hours that you have to give. So when you're bringing everybody down for a long period of time, people are outside of their response, outside of their territory. So it would be great if we had the technology where we can put the training on, stream it, everybody can stay in their area and get the training versus, so if everybody at 1, you get a fire up by Carpenter Road, so things like that, updating that. As far as the equipment, the firefighters the council has been great in the past 2 administrations. We did receive the 3 trucks that we had on order. We're just getting them equipped with the mounting brackets and things like that so we can mount the tools. So of course you can't just have loose tools in the trucks. And once we get the mounting brackets and all that stuff going, we'll be putting these trucks in service. We received a new Quint, which has a 75-foot ladder. We got a new engine and a new squad. And so once we get these trucks in, it will be the first time in my tenure with the fire department that our oldest truck will be a 2015. So every one of our first-line trucks will be under 10 years old.
Okay. And my last question, and I'm thinking about one of my residents that live on Baltimore Street. They had a house fire, and I guess the insurance put some money in reserve. They got their house rebuilt, and I guess the city hold some funding.
Yeah, but that's not the,
That's
that's not
Suzanne's
the
department.
fire, that's Suzanne Wilcox's
Yeah.
department. So that money, like if the house has to be torn down, you can either hire somebody to tear it down and they'll refund you the money if you do that, or if the city has it torn down, just say they got $10,000 in the account and it costs $8,000, then the city will give back the $2,000. But that's to hold it to make sure the structure is repaired or torn down when the people have insurance.
So what she did was rebuilt her house, and I guess the money that was on hold was never returned back to her. So, because she didn't tear the house down, she
If
just...
she rebuilt the house, you might want to see if it was given back to the insurance agency. But again, that would be Suzanne Wilcox
Okay.
and not the fire department.
All right, thanks, that's all.
Okay, and that is, Susan, that's the fire safety fund, a building fund, and that fund is like an anonymous number. I'm glad you mentioned that, because a lot of times that money is, we need to know how much is in that. Who would, there was fleet.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
I think Councilwoman Jerry Ricardo was right before you, sir.
That'll be fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Burns. And thank you, Chief Barton, for coming. You know what, I had a question, and I think Councilman Murphy, he asked a lot of the, pertinent questions that needed to be asked. The fire hydrants, how often do you guys go out and inspect the fire hydrants?
We don't maintain the fire hydrant. That's done by the water department. And
That's
so
done by who?
The water department.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Mike Brown, under them.
Okay.
Department of Public Works. We use them, and when we use the fire hydrant, we'll call and let you know that we use the hydrant at 5th and Saginaw or whatever, and they'll go back and maintain them. In the summertime, it's not the biggest problem, but like in the wintertime, once you open them up, you have a risk of freezing.
Okay. Because I know I had a constituent call about one of the hydrants, and I thought I called Deputy Chief Edwards, and she did take care of it. So I thought it
If
was...
it's one that just opens sometime, especially on the weekend and after hours, we will go shut it off and put the cap back on.
Okay,
But really, far as maintenance of them, that's done by the Public Works.
okay. Now, I think I heard you say that you could use more fire staff as far as...
Yeah, sure. What people don't realize in the fire department, because our guys work a 24 on, 48 off.
Right.
And it's a federal law that you can only work so many hours. So in the fire department, some departments work that shift, their firefighters get paid for 56 hours every 2 weeks. Well, we have what you call the Kelly Day, and that's assigned by me. So every 10th day, I assign, like if I got 30 people on the shift, 3 people will get a Kelly Day, because my Kelly Days run 1 through 10. And so you build the shift so every 10th day, a person gets a day off. It's more like a comp day. Because see, every 3rd week, a person works Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday on your shift. So every 3rd week, each shift will have a shift where they work Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday, which is 72 hours. But they still only get paid for that 50.4. And so on every 10th day, they get assigned Kelly Day.
Okay.
And so when you throw in Kelly Days, and then during the summertime, vacation days coming off, so you have a built, like right now, I run about 22 people a shift. So every day on my shift, I got automatically have 2 people off on Kelly Day if they take the day, or because this is the day you have to take off because you don't get paid for it. And so we can throw the 2 Kelly days in, and then two firefighters can be on vacation, and 1 officer can be on vacation. And they pick vacations like in March, April for the whole year. And so they pick their vacations. So once they pick those vacations, we grant those days. And so that's automatically, if I have three people on vacation, 2 on Kelly, that's 5 off for my shift. So sometimes that puts us in overtime. And then you have to, like I say, with COVID, it wasn't as bad as a lot of places. But with COVID, when we had people on vacation in Kelly, and then you had people sick with the COVID virus. It's a couple of times we had to brown out the station. We haven't browned out anything for 24 hours. We have browned them out for like 12 hours, 6 hours, because we'd have firefighters that come in on overtime to fill those stations.
Okay, so give me a total of how many you think you may need to enhance your department.
I would say 12, and I just say that because that would give me, we have 3 shifts, an extra 4 bodies per shift.
Now, do you have an academy going on right now?
Not at this time, but we are looking, like Ms. Priestley asked, we are in the process of recruiting. And so
Okay.
the applications are on. I did talk to HR director yesterday. He's going to keep our recruitment an ongoing process so people can go to the website and apply. They currently do the testing online, so if they sign up, HR will schedule them a date where they can take the written test. As they pass the written test and we get enough candidates, we'll go ahead and do a physical agility. As of earlier today, we had 10 people. We have more that applied, but we only had 10 that actually applied and had passed the written test. But like I say, we already need 6. And so in general, we usually have a couple of people that will fail the physical agility, or we have people that don't show up. So we're trying to get that number up. Once we get that number up, then we'll set up a physical agility test, and then we'll start the hiring process.
Okay.
But the hiring process is ongoing at this time.
Okay. All right. I think that's it as far as my questions. I might think of some more throughout the hearing here. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Councilwoman. We are at 7:42. Councilman Mays, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, Chief, good evening.
Well, good evening.
Chief, how did your firefighters receive that premium pay that we approved?
They enjoyed it.
Huh?
They enjoyed it.
Would they like a second round?
I'm quite sure they would.
Yeah. Chief, some of them talked to me, and I didn't just hear it from the fire department, but I heard it from other departments as well. Some of them had worked overtime that week and whatever, and that premium pay came on that same check and cut into what some of them expected. Would you think it would be wise to try to get that on the off-week pay?
Yes,
Why?
because it wouldn't be taxed as high.
It's a different thing.
Yes.
The average firefighter, what was their gross amount? Do you know?
I would say, well, ours is varies because you have firefighters, we had new firefighters all the way up to firefighters with 30 years. So your years of service and the position you hold, it determines what your gross amount of pay is going to be.
Right.
So we anywhere from 32, which is the guys that are in their first year of pay, up to, if you're just looking at firefighters, up to about 55 to 60,000 base. But like I say, some of them work a lot of overtime.
No. The premium pay, the lower seniority firefighters, that they didn't get the same as the higher seniority?
No, they all got the same. It was some of the lower firefighters didn't get the full amount because they were only here like 2 or 3 months.
Because of the
or something
time,
like
right?
that.
But those who had
But
been
anybody
here
here that was here the whole time got the same pay.
got the same pay.
Yes.
And so, have you had any conversation with Ernst & Young for your department as it relates to certain expenditures that could be offset with ARPA funds?
Yes, I actually talked with them last week, and I'm going to look at some of that technology, possibly.
Say that again.
I talked to them last week. They had a meeting with public safety, so me and Chief Green was on the phone with them.
Okay.
There was things they're talking, training, the mental health thing, providing, counseling and stuff like that.
Did y'all
Some
come up with a
equipment.
money amount in your department?
We haven't, because they gave it to me, and they actually sent me an email this week, and I will be looking at, because some of the training that I would think would be good for the department, the National Firefighter Training Academy have set prices. So I was going to look at, like, for our apparatus operators that are driving, they have a certification where you can be a certified pump operator.
Let me ask you the question this way. That would be stuff that's not in the budget now.
Yes.
I'm asking, is it anything in the budget that y'all went over that would qualify for ARPA funds, where my thinking is I want to get as much general fund money out and put it back over here and then use the same amount of ARPA funds? Have y'all discussed any
It was some
spend
of the equipment things and some of that training that is required is,
in the budget?
it's in the budget. And so those are the things that we discussed with them.
Can you get me an amount maybe before or somewhere around or after May the 12th?
Yes.
And the reason I want to know, because I don't care if it's $1 million or $2 or $800,000. I want to do a budget amendment to put the ARPA funds and put the general fund money back. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it's been some conversation.
Yes, it has.
And so if it's some specifics you can get, I'm going to give you an artificial deadline or say May the 12th.
Okay.
Let me know, because then I'm going to try to have legal and or somebody draw up the budget amendment to flip-flop that money.
Okay.
Okay. 13 million is what I'm looking at as the proposed expenditures. 6,700,000. Y'all pension and OPEB is higher than your personnel service.
That's correct.
And then next year, you're looking at 8 million. The previous year, 7.9. So that means that's based on the number of retirees
Yes.
in your department.
Yes, and that fluctuates.
So you still got a lot of them out there.
Right.
Have you ever looked at, can any of them come back and work?
I'm sorry.
It's probably a few, but not a lot. The
Not a
fire
lot
department
because
is a very physical job.
Because the type
And
of work.
it used to be, just like, we're one of the few departments that still hire people over 35. A lot of departments have a cutoff date that they don't even hire a person
Yeah, 'cause
35 or older.
When you're going through the training, that dummy is heavy, that
Yes.
big dummy that you
Yes.
carry.
Yes.
I went through the training. I'll tell you why I didn't do it and went to work for GM.
And then at one time, before emergency managers, we used to have a mandatory retirement of 62.
Of
So,
62.
yep, if you were still actually fighting fire and suppression, they used to have it, but under the emergency manager, that was taken out.
Now, this is kind of a little out the box, Chief. I ain't tripping one way or another. But I know that in the police budget, I want to do an amendment as it relates to cameras and that type of equipment. Are y'all opposed, or are you opposed to having any of them monitors inside of a fire station?
It would depend on where at the fire station.
That-
You're talking
that-
about cameras, because like I say, they...
No, not the cameras,
Oh.
the TV monitors
The
to see
screen.
what's going on.
No, it's a city building. I'm not opposed to it.
And the reason I ask, because I want the type of technology, not only could we see it in the fire stations and the police stations, but people could see it on their phone.
Right.
And so I want us to kind of, as a community, go all out to watch and report and see. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that in the infant stages of my train of thought.
But as you know, they did put cameras outside of all the fire stations.
Why?
For the voting, because they have absentee ballots where people can drop off absentee ballots at the fire stations, and so they have cameras. that's tied to
Monitoring that drop box.
Monitoring that drop box at every station except Station 1.
And Station 1 is
It's downtown, right here on Fifth Street, and they didn't do that one because you had the one right here.
because they had the
in
drop
front of City
box
Hall.
here.
Yes,
Okay. And so those cameras are still there?
yes,
Do they operate when we ain't dropping off absentees?
yes,
And where do they monitor them, from the
At-
inside?
at the police station.
At the police
Yeah,
station.
it goes down to their CAT-I program, yes.
Beg your pardon?
It's tied to the CAT-I program, so the police station.
And they could have tied it to y'all too.
Yes, yes, they could.
That's what I want to see and hear, but for other reasons as well. Chief, as you know, police and fire is the majority of general fund budget.
Yes,
13 million, 6 million in pension, 4 million in personnel. Chief, I had a firefighter describe how that overtime and that contract work. Y'all ain't got no contract coming up that can fix any of that?
we're in contract negotiations right
Now.
now. Yes,
And so nothing in the budget has allowed for any increases that you know of?
no, not at this time. We haven't talked finance.
Okay, so we've got to keep an eye on that.
Yes,
So y'all in contract negotiations now. Do you see anything in the horizon for this fiscal year? Or you can't tell?
can't tell, really.
How long have the contract negotiations been going on?
We've probably been active about 3 to 4 months.
About 3 to 4 months.
Yeah.
So that's a sign for me that that 13 million could go up. We'll cross that bridge if and when we get there.
Right.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. I'm going to make mine quick.
Ms. Brown.
Yes. I know what your department does, probably more than I want to know. And it's funny that Councilman Mays was asking that question, can we call them back? Generally, no.
Right.
The apparatus that they wear is extremely heavy, and the job that they do, that you do, is is dangerous. Whenever other people are running out of the building, the fire department is going into the building, and my ex-husband retired as the fire marshal, so, and he was not the fire marshal when we got married, so, and you weren't either,
Right.
because
Right.
I know you, that goes back that far.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I'm going to start off because a lot of my colleagues asked the questions. One of the things that the community, it was convenient to have at every fire station, the ambulance service. And we no longer have that. I know all of your firefighters are licensed EMTs, first responders. Do you feel if we brought back the ambulance service, would that help you? Because you were saying in one conversation, I believe you have to file, you'll tell people, if you get there first, there's no ambulance in service, one, because of COVID, in between they have to clean, to sterilize them. Do you feel it would be profitable to have that back, and would you like to see that back at the fire department?
Yes, because it's for the same reasons you say. It's a lack of EMT and EMS in Genesee County. We have days where they'll come on the 911 and say, at this time, we have no ambulance available in Genesee County. And so we have fire trucks responding to a heart attack or something, and they may sit at a house 15, 20 minutes waiting for an ambulance to respond that's 20 miles out and things like that. So, and with affordable health care, everybody has insurance, so it seems like with proper billing and things like that, it could be profitable.
And I think, so you believe it will be profitable, and maybe we need to pull a comparison when we had it to see how profitable it was. And it was actually reassuring that you could stop if you had a medical, something quick. People would go to the fire stations to get, care.
Right.
Which to me is important because a lot of people do not have access to medical
Yeah,
care.
and they can still do that. We just wouldn't be able to transport them, but they can still stop in. We have AEDs on all the trucks. Of course, the firefighters are licensed EMTs. They're trained in CPR. They can administer Narcan. They can do a lot of different things. So they can still stop at the station and get for help, but we can't transport to the hospital.
They can still stop, but you cannot transport. So if we had an ambulance, you could transport.
To transport.
So, and you do feel it would be profitable.
Right, because like even now, we respond to a lot of these runs, render treatment, and the ambulance comes and they'll transport to the hospital, and they are the ones that bill. Because we're non-transport, we don't bill. And so pretty much we say we package them up, get them ready, ambulance come pick them up and deliver them, and then they the ones get paid, so.
Okay, and so you're doing the first, have you had, the opioid crisis is serious, and when you look in on the calls, and I have anyways, you listen to the 911, is the opioid crisis increasing your calls?
Yes, yes.
So is it considerably?
It's slowed down, but the summer's here. Okay, so I'm like,
Yeah.
but it's one of those things. It slows down, and then we might hit a week where they go on 7, and then you might hit the next week and it's 1 or 2, and so but like I say, with the summer here, people out more active to be out doing things, more partying and things like that. So, but it fluctuates.
Okay, and so the stations are 24/7 manned. Fire stations are never closed.
Correct.
And I did stop by 3 of them, and I'm going to tell you, they could use some, if there was some love that the fire stations could get, and I know we are facing a deficit, but they're there for 24/7. You don't go home to your families. I'm not going to.
Yes, you're absolutely right. They spend 24 hours, and sometime they're in there for 48.
Right, so if there is not enough that 8 o'clock comes around, then there's no other, they are asked to work over. So
Yes.
you can be there, technically, is it 3 days?
No, you can be
2
there.
days
You
is your
can be
maximum?
there, yep. They can be held for 48 hours, and they have to have at least 12 hours off, but they can be held for 48 hours.
Okay, and so that's very strenuous on that. And when we talk about the public, and you were talking about mental health, and having it available, what's the process if you pull, or I hate to say pull, or someone is deceased in the fire and they come back? Is there counseling that's immediately available, or someone to talk? Because you have had 2 suicides in your department in the past 3 years, and they both came out of the same training class, out of the same academy.
Yes. We have Alliance EAP, and so they can call them. We do have a fire department chaplain that will come in. We have some of our local pastors that will come in, Pastor Berry, Bishop Jefferson. We have some of those that at any given time when we called, they showed up. So we usually can get somebody counseling, like I say, Lions, somebody to come in like immediately that night or that day. And so we recommend that. And then I tell my supervisors, my officers, the battalion chief to pay attention. Because even like when you get a run and you respond, you know how this person's character is. If they come back to the station and they're extremely quiet, try to have the conversation, ask them if they need to talk to someone, and things like that. So it's really, but like we have Lions, but like I say again, in the incident with John Stinger that we had a few weeks ago, Deputy Chief and myself, we was there to call everybody down, getting what they need. And when we reached out to the emergency hotline that Saturday, we didn't get a return call till Sunday. And so I did bring that up to Director of Human Resources, and he said he would address it. The young lady that we talked to on Sunday promised us that would never happen again, because I said, what if that was the young man that actually killed himself? This was for support for the firefighters that were on duty and the firefighters that wanted to come up, after hearing about the event. And I said, but what if that was somebody that was thinking about doing it you got emergency line and nobody answered it, that's not good. And so HR director assured me he was going to address it. Like I said, so, but having somebody, that's so important.
And I get it. I understand, because and people, you're not only going for fires, you're seeing everything.
Yes,
You're seeing if it's a death, smoke inhalation, if they lost their life in the fire. You're also going to vehicle accidents.
yes,
You're going to SIDS
yes,
for babies.
yes,
You're dealing with all of these, your department is.
yes,
And to not be able to have access to someone immediately, people don't understand. That destroys families, and it's hard.
and right.
It's hard because it's death, and it's everything you're being called to, you're being called because there may be
In a worse condition, worse situations, a person's worst situation. And I tell people that all the time, we'll put police on fire. They've been committing suicide for a long time, but they've been doing it slow. They've been doing it by drinking themselves to death. You know, getting off work, and every day they're off to work, they drinking, or turning to drugs and things like that. And then we have to get the ones that will take a gun and take their life, or hang themselves, do other things. But again, it's something that they deal with. And so, because everybody wants to be quiet about the mental health, like it's a bad thing, but when you constantly see life, and like even me experiencing it with relatives, and then when you're from the community, like a lot of my firefighters are, you responding to houses of people that you know. You know, I remember earlier in my career on the fire department, I responded to my aunt who had a stroke. I responded to another first cousin who died of a heart attack, and I'm on the truck responding to her house. So, and like I say, so the police go through the same thing. So it's like you dealing with that, and then your family looks at you. When you see death so much, you understand it, and people look like, well, you ain't showing emotion, but the job put you in that situation. So we have to learn not to. You can't walk in the house and say, oh my God, you know, and start panicking. You got to go in this house and treat the patient no matter how bad the situation is. Bringing a person that tried to commit suicide and turned their head at the last minute, and they missing half their face, but they still alive. And so you can't walk in and like, oh, I can't look at this. You got to still treat them. And so police and fire, when we see this stuff, we still got to deal with it. You still got to go home with it. And
You
so
do.
you need professionals, because your family don't want to hear about it. You know, other people don't want to hear about it. So we need professional assistance. It's important.
And it should be given to you, because it destroys families.
Yes.
And that is a tremendous burden. And I appreciate what you do
Yes.
when it comes to public safety. I want to go to, what is the starting pay for your firefighters?
Our starting
Hourly
pay,
rate?
They start like at 10, as soon as we get them, like that's in the academy. So it's like 37,000. They get full benefits when they start and go through the academy, which lasts about 6 months.
Academy,
come
they
in.
get paid how much?
$10 an hour.
So,
and
okay.
we still pay them for the 4 hours a week. And even just like, if they come in with their stuff and they ride the trucks and we take them to 12, and in our department, the $12 basically is equivalent to $15 an hour. If you do the math, $12 an hour at 50.4 hour work week times, it's the same amount as starting at $15 an hour. If you
Okay.
had an 80-hour job.
Is that hard for you to recruit, because you said you had 6
Yes,
positions?
in times it really is, and it is because it is low. And so people can come in Flint and get training.
And
In
go.
1 year, they can go to a lot of departments around the state and around the country, and they're going to have more fires than people with 9 and 10 years on, because we are a busy department.
And that starting pay we need to look at, because
Yes,
it deters people. My son did not want to be a firefighter like his father
Right.
because of the starting
Because
pay. He did not. And he actually makes more money truck driving. So that is something we need to look at. I'm always the last person. I just want to say to you, thank you, and then to my colleagues, if you're ever around the fire station, stop in. They like donuts and woodles. They love woodles. And so does the police department. It is a fried, I don't know what to call it. Don Donut sells them. they love Woodles. So I have taken Woodles to the police department and donuts, and the fire department asks, they cook, they live there, they everything. They like Woodles. You know, they eat donuts. So stop in, talk with them, because they, you know, this thing when I did stop in, they want to hear from us. Just stop in to say, hey, and they cook there too, a lot of them. So dinner time, drop in, you can eat with them. You can eat with them, because I would like to, you know, we need to support our fire and police. And they, you know, they need that support, especially with what they're going through with the long hours. And before I leave, your trucks, you have, and I've seen it a fire, and it wasn't a major fire. If you have one, say, not even a two-story, say maybe a 35 or 4,000 square foot building, would that take all of your trucks?
Possibly, depending on the size of the fire. Every fire, if it's a commercial building, they're automatically going to send 4 trucks. Like a regular residential house, we're going to send in 3 trucks and 2 squads. If it's a commercial, they automatically send 4. But once the first truck get on, which we call operations, or the battalion arrives on scene, if they find the fire is actually small and all 4 trucks will need, they'll clear one of the trucks. So they try to maintain for us to have the ability to fight 2 fires at one time.
And your arson, in some of the stats, arson was up. It had been up. Is it back down? I know generally your biggest month is October. Is it back down?
It's about the same. I'm saying, like I say, we hit those weeks, because now, like you say, wintertime, people in vacant trying to stay warm, but now, summertime, you get more people out and mischievous, you know, so.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I please say something?
Oh, absolutely. I was just wrapping up. I thought you had, yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis, you have the floor.
So, Chief, so I just wanted to chime in on this. So the program that you met me through many moons ago, it was through Charles Reeves, and it was through the EMT program.
Yes.
So I think that might be a great idea for you all to bring something like that back to help that be like a filter into the fire department, because that really helped a lot of us shape what we wanted to do and what we did not want to do. But we were able to get the training and get that experience. So you know what I'm referring to?
We have been trying to look, we have been, of course, is the board of education keep having changes. So every time we meet with one superintendent, we get another one in. And so it's been a big change with the board, because we've been trying to get with the board to talk about an exposure program. We also been talking with Job Corps about trying to get a program to start, get people certified, getting residents certified as EMTs, and take them through the firefighter training, because in the Genesee County, we're the only career department in Genesee County. And so all other departments, Person, Living, Burton, Graham, Blank, Flushing, Swartz Creek, whatever, they can go volunteer and get the training. They just have to commit to make each department 30% call that the individual has to make to be on their department. And so they have an avenue to get trained, whereas the residents of Flint don't, unless they try to do craft, Lansing Community College, but they have to pay for it. And so so we have been reaching out because that is something, a passion of mine is trying to get residents for the city of Flint trained. Because when I've been there, most of the people that hire from the city of Flint outside of leaving because we had layoffs and they left one to other departments. In general, most of the residents that actually lived in the city of Flint were hired on the fire department that stayed here and retired from here.
Good deal. And please consider, the out schools, because like Westwood Heights, they are very progressive district, and they have, Hamilton have over 7% of students there.
Right.
So please consider them, when you're thinking of this program. So
Yeah.
if Flint is not ready.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand, like the way the school systems are, now you have kids out at every school. But, but no, it's something that, like I say, we're really trying to figure it out. And so we have been trying to reach out to get interest, to get some partners so we can do this.
If you need interest, please let me know, because
Okay.
again, I'm a product of
know.
those programs.
Yes, you are.
And you all do great work. I've been there when you all, when we went on hard calls, I was
Yes,
there.
you
So
were.
however I can help facilitate that, let me know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are you done, Councilwoman Lewis? The peace sign means yes. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Councilman Mays.
real quick, if I may, Mr. Del Maroney was curious, your Sixth Ward person. He said he wanted to ask if y'all put out a lot of fires about people burning stuff in the backyard or that type of stuff, and if so, do you know how much money and time that costs you?
Yes, we do have, like I say, in the summertime, that picks up, people want to burn trash and things like that, and it's a city ordinance of no burning in open fires. And a lot of people look at changing that, but it's so hard because when you're in a urban area like the city, houses are so close together. So when you allow people to burn, the person next door to them could have respiratory issues. So, and everybody don't have central air conditioning, so people got their windows open and they don't want to be, you can't, so it's hard to have where they have open burns. So we respond to those, and generally we respond to them the first one. We tell them, give them the ordinance that it's illegal to burn in the city. And after the second one, or if they just become where we go into the house all the time, we do have the ability to ticket them for open burns.
And I guess, if I may, the second part was, is that then a big expense to the
Yeah,
department?
well, it's tying up a truck, of course. So if we have an open burn, somebody going to an open burn, because we have to actually stay there until they put the fire out or we put it out ourselves. A lot of times, some of the residents, the ones that are more respectful in doing it, will have a garden hose there. So if it got out of hand, they could try to put it out themselves. So generally, we got to stay there until they put it out. So if a fire happens 2 blocks over, they got to dispatch another truck to come from the other side of town to come put it out. And so in that, it ties up a truck, which you have an apparatus, operator, officer, and a firefighter on every truck. So that's 3 men that's tied up. And so you say a half hour, so everything has a cost. So, yes, it is a cost when that happens.
All right, thank you, Councilman Mays. Is that your last inquiry, sir? Okay. And Chief Barton, thank you again for everything that you do, and thank you for your time. We're all set. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you all.
Mr. Arnold Brown, you are up next, sir.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we won't really find a sheet in this packet for who's coming up now, will we? Let's look and see what page.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold Brown.
Let's see if
Wow,
we-
I got your glasses.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
to you and
Councilman
Ms.
Mays.
Priestley, let's see if we can get acclimated to what page she think we'll find. Yeah, I know that they
While you're
say,
looking for the page, Councilman Mays, I'm going to go ahead and get started, sir, just so that we can, it's 8:12.
you think, if I may, through you, Madam
yes,
Chair,
sir.
to Ms. Priestley, you think the only place we gonna find it is in the mayor's budget? Okay, that would be the executive department, Blight management, on page, what's that? Yeah, page 21. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So page 21, where you will find the Blight Department. I want to say thank you, Mr. Arnold Brown, for coming. You are what is your official title? Can you, you're going to need pull the mic to you.
Can you hear me? Is that good?
A little more. Our equipment is,
The closer the better.
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
That's
there you go, bingo.
All right, thank you. I'm the City of Flint City Service Manager.
So your title is City Service Manager.
City Services Manager. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
and then you have with you Mr. Shay
Mr. Shay.
Linsman, and Shay, I messed that title up before. Can you tell us again?
Yeah, it's actually Che, but
Che.
it's okay.
You've been
Administration,
letting me call you that for a few years.
well, you know, I don't like to correct
I
everybody.
apologize.
Well, yeah, but now we got to tell everybody what my name is. So I may as well get it right. It's Administration Grants and Finance Coordinator in the Mayor's Office.
Okay, say it again.
Administration Grants and Finance Coordinator.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Point of information, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Councilman Mays.
Through you to Shay, was you hired through Human Resources or appointed?
I was not appointed. I went through Human Resources.
Thank you. So we will begin, this is the time for the Blight Department, which Blight has been a big issue. So I would like the floor, everyone has it on page 21, he stated too, where it starts, and it falls under, I believe, the mayor's budget. Mr. Brown, you have the floor, sir.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just so for everybody else's information, it is approximately on page 57, the printout from the BSNA, I guess is what it is, that is separated out on that page.
So approximately, my page numbers didn't print off.
So, Mr. Mays? Mr. Mays?
Yeah. Let's see, I'm looking at 55,
Go.
and then I see no number on a piece
It's on
of
the-
56, 57. What are you, if I may,
There's no
Madam
page
Chair?
number.
Okay, I see. You looking at the category that say personnel services, pension, supplies, and operating?
Go farther back. It's where the computer printout,
Okay. Can you bear with me, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can we get started while they looking, so we can?
Just a second, Mr.
I'm
Murphy,
trying to
please.
keep
I
up
want to
with
make sure,
some things.
because I've made sure everyone gets their allotted time. And I don't
Can you
want to.
excuse her to show
Judy,
me
you
what
got
you're
it?
talking
Councilwoman Priestley? Yeah, mine doesn't have page numbers. The printer, I don't know if around the ink, but most of my pages
Yeah, I
aren't
see
there.
that. That's what I thought about it said, personnel services. Yeah, that's where it is, but
Okay,
it ain't specific.
okay.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Priestley.
and it's a different figure. Let me see.
Mr.
732.
Mr. Brown?
Different figures.
You have the floor, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. I haven't had.
Can
the
you
pleasure-
can you pull it closer? I'm sorry.
I'm not, you're good. Good evening. I just want to say to the people who I don't know, nice to meet you. Okay, I'm starting with we have 3 of them. I think we're going to start with Blight. It's still messed up?
We are,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you now.
All right.
And you may have to speak up a little bit, too.
Gotcha. Okay.
And see, Paul just came out to warn, and he's going back in now. So you're good.
Okay. You guys know the Blight Management Division. I think you got the page with the personnel services. With the this budget is going to increase because right now, since I've been here, we're going to add some new positions, and I've been in contact with HR because of the collective bargaining agreement. They've increased some CDL license holders, so I'm going to be looking at getting 2 of those for our department. I'm looking at getting a payroll accountant clerk for those, so they can do our payroll and keep track of our CDBG funding. I'm coming out the mayor's budget, and then we're going to have 4 laborers. So this is going to be this is going to go up like 20% with all the bennies, with all the benefits.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Which
Through
point?
you to Mr. Brown, what did you say after payroll people?
The payroll clerk, 2 CDL holders, and 4 laborers, 4 Blight laborers.
Them the 3 things you said.
Oh, yeah.
Payroll, laborers, and CDL.
Yes.
Okay, you may continue.
Okay. Oh, we got a new one, okay.
We switch.
All right. In the Blight Division, as far as the collective bargaining agreement goes, I really don't know exactly how much of an increase that's gonna put, but we need these positions because right now, as we have it, we have 2 vacant positions, we have an employee leaving, so we have to backfill, and then I just want to be ready to go when it's time to go. I also need some equipment needs, which I've been on the phone with various vendors, and you guys know the situation with all the truck situation. You can't get anything right now, but I do have, my hope and my vision is to get 2 garbage trucks, 2 Freightliner 25-yard refuse trucks. They're $225,000 a piece. I'm looking to get a Peterson Lightning loader with a 15-yard box. It's $240. Now, I can explain, if you want me to explain to you what the purpose of these vehicles are for, I can do that as well. Is that what you want? Okay. The garbage trucks, we need to have the accessibility to be able to go to a vacant property without having to have transport dumpsters or whatever, and be able to just readily put things on the back of the truck and take it to the landfill. The mobility and everything, the dumpsters that we have now, although that they are doing a great purpose, providing a great purpose for us, we need to have the capability of having more room. When you load a dumpster, they're so dense, you're not getting the compaction, and they're not compacted. So if you get a 25-yard garbage truck, you can compact all the garbage, and it's gonna, you're gonna get more bang for your buck. The Peterson Lightning loader, I don't know if you guys have ever seen we used to have a bucket truck here, which Consumers has one where you sit on top of it and you can pick up tree trunks and limbs and everything. We can use that for, blighted trees and also help with, vacant lot cleanup.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
What's your point, Mr.
What
President?
are you calling that?
It's a lightning loader.
Say it again.
Lightning loader.
Spell it.
Okay.
Lightning as in the bright light in the sky?
Lightning,
L-I-G-H-T-I-N-G.
And you said one of those or 2?
Yes, 1. We need a Chevy 1-ton pickup with a dump box on it. That's $80,000. The Lightning loader was $240,000 if you want to know. A 3/4 ton crew cab pickup, 4x4, $75K. A John Deere front end loader with a grappler bucket. This is going to be, right now we have a Bobcat and it's serving a purpose right now, but it's too slow and we need maneuverability, and we need to be able to get in a vacant lot, pull things out, load it in a dumpster or in the back of the new dump trucks we're going to get, and be on our way. It's too time consuming. The Bobcat is just really, really slow. Also, I'm gonna look at getting another smaller compact loader with a grappler bucket. It's $85,000. It's a case compact wheel loader. 2 tandem dumps at $120,000 a piece. This would be allow for us to, put the materials inside the dumps and take them
Point
to
of
the-
information.
Go ahead.
What's your point of information?
What was that you just called up?
2 dump trucks, 2 tandem axle dump trucks.
2
Yes.
what?
Tandem axle dump trucks.
Tandem axle dump truck.
And they're $120,000 a piece.
125.
Yes. We would also need a landfill contract in lieu of us getting the garbage trucks so we can dispose of the materials properly. I have been in contact with Genesee Waste. It's on Dort Highway. I'm going to set up a PO for him so we can take things over to him like we have an emergency situation. Right now, I'm looking for a wood disposal place right now, because they're scarce. That's my wish list on the equipment. I think it came to like $1,320,000 for the equipment that we need. Any questions about the
Madam Chair.
Blight?
Councilman Mays.
Go ahead.
Yeah, through you to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, you were going fast. I got to
I'm
circle
sorry.
back on some of that stuff.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't take shorthand,
Okay.
but I'm all right. Let's go back to the 25-yard garbage trucks, two
Okay.
of them.
Yes,
What's the
sir.
price tag?
$225,000
Each.
Each.
$225,000 each. The lightning loader, what's the price tag?
$240,000.
$240,000. One of those, right?
Yes.
What's you say the Chevy pickup, but you described it with something on the back.
It's a dump box.
A
It's
what?
A 1 ton with a dump box.
With a dump box.
Yes.
And you described that as 80,000.
Yes.
Okay, just a minute. Then you said, how many front-end loaders?
Wait, did you get the three-quarter ton?
3/4 ton?
Yes.
So I need to put 3/4 ton.
Crew cab.
Crew cab.
Point
4
of
by 4.
information.
Yes,
Can we
ma'am.
get that in email?
Yes. You know what? I can do, I can provide each of you with a.
And that'll be fine, but
Okay.
I'm gonna get working on these amendments. So you said a 3/4 ton crew cab, right?
Yes. Pickup, 4 by 4. 75,000.
Crew cab 4x4, 75,000.
Yes.
And how many did you say? One?
Just one of those.
You think that's gonna be enough?
Yeah.
We'll see. And then the compact loader, what was the price?
85,000.
85,000.
Did you get the front end loader?
Yeah, you said 1 3/4 ton.
No, it's a John Deere front end loader with a gravel
John
bucket.
Deere. Well, what did you say? You
One-
talking about the Chevy pickup?
No, I'm talking about a
Well,
lightning
so
loader.
that's a whole nother vehicle,
Yes,
the
yes.
3/4 ton crew cab. How much is that?
The 3/4 ton pickup was 75,000.
75. The front end loader was what?
150,000. That's one of them.
And how many did you say?
I'm getting 2, but the other one is a
That's what I
lesser
was
price.
asking, so we got screwed up on that. That's 2
Okay.
front end loaders.
Yes. One is 150 and one is 85.
And then the 2 tandem axle dump truck, how much?
120,000 apiece.
How many?
240.
2 of them.
Yes.
125,000. And then you say you need a landfill contract.
Yes.
Now, you got that wrote down, right?
Yes.
Do you trust us to make a copy of that right now?
And no.
Janelle, you feel like making a copy of that for me?
She was pretty comfortable.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So, Mr. Brown,
Yes, sir.
how much of this equipment, how many of them need CDL drivers?
Just the garbage trucks.
Only the garbage truck?
Yes.
So that's why you're saying 2 CDL.
Yes.
Okay, and then what about the front end loaders and the other equipment?
No, only thing we need to do is train. They just need a ton of training.
No special license?
No.
So 4 laborers, how many there now?
2.
2. So that would be a total of 6
Yes.
total.
Total.
You think that's gonna do it?
Yeah, it's better than what I know.
I ain't talking about better than what you got now. You driving equipment and the CDLs, you say is for the garbage truck, but you got people, when I go out and see this, I see people driving the equipment and kind of on the ground. So I don't think 6 might not do it.
Well, when you think about it, the only reason I have 2 CDL drivers because in lieu of sick annual. If I'm
Say that again.
If one calls in sick, one of the two people, then I have a backup. Now the 4 laborers, they wouldn't do anything. They probably would be trained up enough to drive the front end loader. All the other work, this specialized work, they would be able to train up on.
And the tandem axle dump truck don't need a CDL.
Well, yeah, one, yes.
I would think it might.
Yes.
So the garbage trucks and the dump truck, anything else on here needs CDL?
No.
What about salaries?
Yes.
Let's talk about starting with, what's her name? Harletta. What Harletta make?
I think it was 42. I was just seeing it. It is right here. Yeah, 45. 45,000. 45,038.24.
45,000. And is she in a union status?
Yes. She's 1,600.
1,600?
Yes.
So that's problematic for us to deal with her salary?
Yes.
Yeah, that's problematic. So she's 1,600.
Point of information.
What's your point of information?
So this is, and hopefully it's appropriate through you to the speaker. Is she making as much as the person in the position previous?
No.
No? Okay. Is it, okay, thank you.
Council Mays, you have the floor back, sir.
Do you have any proposals as it relates to?
Oh, I'm sorry. What you said?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Shay.
No, we're good. Go ahead, Shay. Go ahead.
And then I'll ask.
I just wanted to clarify, Lindsay worked at that rate for only a few weeks before she left. She had been wanting a raise for quite a long time and had not happened. I believe she was making less than 40 prior to that.
And she was union too?
I think she was 16.
Yeah, I talked to Lindsay a lot. I appreciated her, and I was trying to help her get a raise, no different than I will with Harletta. But them union positions, maybe it's another way to do it. Leave that position and then, put her in a different position without that category. It's a way to do it. You know what I'm getting at?
Yes.
We'll see what's happening.
Okay.
You satisfied with your salary, Mr. Brown?
Everybody can get a little bit more.
You up around 75, right?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, in the management area, Mr. Brown, who is it, you and pretty much nobody?
Yeah.
So what would Harletta's title be?
We would have to negotiate, what, right now? She's a blight management assistant.
A blight management assistant.
Yes.
So it's kind of like your assistant?
Yes. Yes.
And who do you answer to, Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And so you and Harletta, that's it in that type of category?
Yes.
Do you see any need there?
Yes.
What you see you need there? I know you mentioned a payroll accountant, right?
Yes.
What would that function be?
Someone that would oversee the CDBG side and payroll for NSOs in our department.
You say the NSOs?
Yes, because they are grant funded, so we do share some of the same stuff. It comes through Harletta, and she puts in their time.
So somebody keeping up with that.
Yes.
And that's why you think you need somebody there. You don't see nobody doing that now?
No, We need someone desperately, so.
But
There's someone doing it now, but, you know, it could be more efficient.
But they getting paid with community block grant money.
Yes.
I want you to concentrate a little more on them poor laborers,
Okay.
because I don't even see it matching up with all of the equipment.
Yeah, I got you.
Any other equipment?
No, not at this time.
Now, the front-end loader will be able to scoop up, grab, and put in.
Yes.
What about, have y'all had access to any street sweepers?
No, sir.
Because a lot of times when I see them front-end loaders and stuff, when they leave, you can tell.
Yeah.
What about in that department, is they got any zero turns, anything y'all using?
Yes, sir.
How many zero turns?
2.
2 zero turns. What about any brush hogs?
No.
We don't have that.
No, sir.
Did I say it right? Brush hog or bush hog?
You got it. You got it.
Say what you laughing at. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to digest this while I listen to some of the colleagues before you leave. And I'm going to figure out exactly what Shay do. I'm going to figure out how much you make, where you work. I'm going over the whole personnel of the mayor's office on May the 12th. If they don't talk about you, I'm going to bring you up. How long you been there, Shay?
I was hired in the Weaver administration. I've been there 4 and a quarter, a little over 4 years.
You worked in the Weaver administration?
Yeah, I was hired in by Pamela Pugh.
Pamela Pugh?
Yes.
And you were doing?
Well, same role,
Pretty
except less.
Less.
I only worked on a few grants then, and now I do a whole lot.
A whole lot.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, I'm going to digest this stuff, and then I'll see if I got something at the end. Thank you. And Mr. Brown, thank you for not being shy. Blight is a high priority for me. This list is coming somewhere around, what, 1-2 million?
Yeah.
I
Yes,
wouldn't
sir.
care if it was 3.1 million.
Yes.
Introduced a amendment last year for 3.1 million with some of this stuff, and it got 4 yes and 5 no. We're going to see if we can grant your wish list. You got probably, what's the date? Today, the
The 5th.
5th. We got callbacks on the 12th. Between now and the 15th, make sure that you got some of us knowing, whoever it is, what you need. And then I'm going to start trying to get these amendments wrote up and processed.
And-
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you also. I will look at that employee sheet again because now you got me thinking now, so.
Say that again.
The employee list, you got me thinking now, so I will revisit that.
Yeah, because we got to roll a little
Yes.
bit, and we'll see how many years we roll. But I'm knowing with what you're requesting, and if we get it, the equipment and the right personnel, you'll see a big difference.
Yes, you will.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mays. Councilman Murphy, you were tapping your microphone. Would you like to go next?
Yeah, thank you.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you for being here today. For someone who's been working in Blight, you know, cleaning up, me and you worked together years ago when
Yes.
probably I was in my early 20s. Before, you know, we used to have neighborhood cleanups, and I was just looking at a sheet that my colleague got out of my mailbox of this Love Your City Month
Yes,
situation.
yes.
When I looked at that right there, I said, that is not going to get it when it comes down to when we used to do cleanups, and me and you had a meeting and we talked about, doing cleanups for the third ward, because I'm just trying to figure out, I got the biggest ward out of out of all 9 wards, and my ward is a dumping ground. It's like it attract people to dump because I have more land than I have residents, so they find these isolated areas, and I have a high volume of calls when it comes down to people dumping. So I put in a request, it goes to the proper channels, and I just don't feel like you guys have the capacity, and we talked about this offline, to actually deal with the amount of, when you just told me 6 employees, I could use 6 employees just for my ward on a daily basis. That's how bad it is. So with the amount of employees that you have, 6, I'm just trying to figure out how are you going to stretch them throughout the whole city of Flint? Because me and my colleague over here on the right-hand side, Dr. Lewis, and my colleague on the left, and I know Jerry Winfrey Carter and Eric Mays, we'll be going at it with each other, trying to, not so much going at it with each other, but just trying to figure out who they ward's dealing with the same issue that my ward is dealing with. So with 6 employees, how can you, and one thing I'm into is building capacity to be able to address the issue. If you don't have the capacity, you can have the equipment, you can have the employees, but if you don't have the capacity, you won't see a significant impact in your work because you don't have the capacity when it deals to the staffing level. And then what I was really looking for you to say when you went down the equipment list was the zero-turn lawnmowers. 2 lawnmowers for the whole entire department. I mean, I got a call today, yesterday probably, about grass. One was on Carton Street, the other one today was on Rankin Street. So the land bank, I don't know how familiar you are with their cleanup crew, but they have to clean the whole Genesee County.
Yes.
So they don't just do the city of Flint. And they come through 1 or twice a year if they got time to clean the whole entire city of Flint when they come down to mowing. So outside of the clean and green program, these residents is only getting a vacant lot mowed once a year or twice a year. So if they call me and say, Councilman Murphy, which I know the cause is for the increase, I got this vacant lot next to me that need to be cut. So when I rolled by there and looked at it, I'm like, this is the time to get it now so it won't grow high.
Yes.
We don't have that. So if I'm putting in a request or referral, 2 lawnmowers and some could just handle the 3rd ward by itself. So if you only request, and I ain't see it even a request for zero-turn lawnmowers in addition to the equipment that you have. I want to see you win when it comes down to you being effective and making a significant impact in the Blight department. And having just 2 zero-turn lawnmowers for the whole entire city of Flint, and outside of the land bank cutting it once or twice a year, part of, and I don't get into that, part of the problem people say is, it's the land bank owned property, they own it, so they should do it. No, it's our problem because we was elected to make a difference in the community, and regardless of whoever own it, whether it's the land bank own it or the city of Flint own it or if it is privately owned, it is my responsibility as a councilman to do what I campaigned for and said I wanted to do, and that's to make a change. I'm not running for office right now, so that's not an issue now, but now I'm in this position. So it's up to me to uphold what I ran for office to do and tell them I want to make a change in Blight, because Blight was one of the things that I ran for. And now that I'm in it, I need to figure out what it looked like to clean it up. And I went to Good Church. They had a cleanup on Holbrook, and
Yes.
they did a significant job. In Frankenmuth Church, they
Yeah.
collaborated, and they cleaned up they cleaned up probably 2 or 3 streets. It was Holbrook, Foss Street, and Alma. It was 300 people, if not more, out there cleaning up in a group. They only got 3 streets done, and they didn't even get the streets completely done. They just put a little dent in it, but it was nice what they done. So if they did it with 300 people, and it took them all day to do 2 or 3 streets, when you look at the comparisons, you're talking about 6 people versus 300 that came out for a couple of hours to do 3 streets. We're talking about 9 wards with 6 people. Make it make sense, is what I'm trying to get you
I
to
got you.
see.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
When I looked at this thing, it was a projected budget already sitting there. If I had known that I was just basing our information on what we needed now, because right now we're not doing anything, if you ask me. So we need to get started somewhere. I'm thinking it is going to be each year we're going to build upon what we already have. If it's just an open wide go free for all, I can put a dang on crew in every dang on. I can divide the city up in quadrants and put a crew at each station, a crew at each one, and I can do that. But I'm looking at the projected budget, and I'm just trying to go from what it was. You threw in grass on me. You kind of threw a curve on me at there, because I didn't know exactly how much grass we cut. And from your understanding, I heard you got a lot of dense area over in your ward. So if we don't get it cut, they're going to continue to dump over there anyway. So I understand that. And if that's something that I need to do, forgive me, because I was just trying to go prior to this. When I came to meetings and they had a projected budget already, that's what we tried to stay within. And I just needed the equipment that we were asking within that time and within that budget. But if that's what it is, I want to make it make sense, because I want to succeed. I want the city to succeed. I don't want us to be running here looking like the laughing stock. So I'm with that.
So here's what I would like to see you reconsider: more zero-turn lawnmowers. Because this not just gonna be me. My other colleagues is going to get a high volume of calls, if they're not already getting calls, about a lot next to a vacant house or their house that need to be cut. 2 lawnmowers for all of us. I'm gonna be going at it. I'm gonna be like, Councilman Burns, why you call him and tell, I'm just saying, I don't know for sure the total of complaints that you are getting, or rather they even getting to you.
They haven't started yet, because I've seen 2 come in from you today, but the grass complaints haven't started, because the grass will start growing soon, and there's going to be some complaints out there from that standpoint.
So if we don't get it now, when we do get it, we go, like Councilman Mays said, we're going to need some brush hogs to go through there, or we going to tear the equipment up. I just think that, another thing, let me go back here. When they are dumping, and me and you've been going through this dumping situation, I think on Billings Street, when I went on Rankin Street today to go listen to a resident that wanted me to come out I started from Saginaw Street. It took me a while to get to her house because when I was riding up Rankin Street between Avenue A and I think it's Alexander Street, on both sides, just trash all over the place. And I've been putting in complaints about trash other places, and I just think it's so much. I'm not sure that your department got the personnel to handle, because you gonna get tired of me. I already know. I'm gonna have to buy you something.
You know what? I've been a public servant since I went with the city, and I don't mind. You guys are our first eyes, or a lot of times from information that we get, we don't even get it, and you guys have it. So I think the working relationship between us is key. So I just need you guys to just let us know what we need to do.
I guess one of the things, the big concern to me is the wait period. Like even when they call in to complain, and then we put in the referrals, and it's still not getting taken care of because the high volume, and it's just with me. I don't even know what my colleagues is putting in complaints to. So if Marengo Street, I put that in, it's still there, and I just want to see what tools and resources you need for us to help you. Because it's like, I went out today to go look for a lawnmower because I said, well, forget it. And if it gets to this point, that's just what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get a lawnmower. And I'm just gonna, when they call me, I'm just gonna go out there. The trash, I ain't really trying to deal with that trash with my hands and stuff.
Yeah.
So if I even had the dump truck, I'll go out there. But I'm not gonna have the residents just calling me and telling me the grass need to be cut. Because I could just jump on the lawnmower and go cut the grass real quick and be done with it. But I know you got the whole entire city of Flint to deal with. But my ward is just jacked up, but I'm going to try to fix it to the best of my ability. And I want to make sure when I do whatever that I'm getting ready to do, I want to make a significant impact. That's why me and you've been working on trying to create a cleanup. In the meantime, in between time, I did not see in the budget the garbage trucks. Even if we funded the money for the garbage trucks, have you looked at to see if what you're trying to do is in compliance with using ARPA dollars to help you purchase this equipment?
I have had that discussion. I've had that discussion with the powers that be. So we're still in the early stages of trying to figure out whether it is.
So here, let me go back to here then. If you try to purchase some equipment, that takes time.
Yes.
So even if you wanted to purchase a garbage truck, the front loaders and all of this stuff gonna take time.
Yes.
So what happens in the meantime, in between time, while we going through this budget process? Because we going through a budget process. So while we're going through the budget process, the grass is still growing. The complaints still come in. Have you looked at having some kind of agreement with Priority Waste Collection to borrow some of their equipment, like they garbage trucks?
Well, that was I had it broke down in like 3 segments, and neighborhood cleanups were one of was the other one. And I do have an outline of a contingency plan for the neighborhood cleanups. Now, the grass portion, we need to have a further discussion about the grass portion, because I didn't go that far in there because I didn't know how much land we had, because I'm dependent on land bank as well, because I didn't know that they just came through once a year. So shame on me for not knowing that.
So they come through once or twice if they have a chance to come back through, and they only do kind of like most strips in some certain areas. They don't cut the whole lot Only lots they cut total is the ones that's next to residential homes, but all the other lots, they only cut from the street to the sidewalk, and then 1 feet going into the vacant lot. I'm not expecting the city of Flint to take lawnmowers and just try to cut the whole entire city of Flint. What I was just hoping is that when the complaints come in, that somebody said this grass need to be cut across the street from me, that we able to put in a referral to get the grass cut. So that's what I just wanted you guys to, not that I want you guys to just take on the responsibility of cutting all the grass in the city of Flint, but I just wanted you guys to have the necessary equipment and staff that when we put in a referral that a resident is calling, talking about the grass need to be cut right here, that you guys have the zero-turn lawnmowers to be able to, we had our own equipment before the emergency manager came and stripped us from our assets and sold a lot of our stuff. That's a whole nother subject.
So what have we been doing for the last few years in terms of what you're saying?
Well, you also have the mayor and administration. I think this has been going on even prior to other mayors. You have another company that they contract with to do the right-of-ways that go through the whole entire neighborhood, and they cut from the street to the sidewalk, and I think 1 foot going through.
All the
and they go
boulevards.
around East Street, and they cut, and I think they have a geographic area that they cut, and they just go through and cut that piece. Now, that's a piece that the city contract with those contractors,
Okay.
but they don't actually do vacant lots. They just cut the street to the sidewalk in the corners. You got the land bank that come through and cut twice a year. You got the clean and green program that go, and you got different neighborhood groups that go throughout the community, and they keep a certain amount of lots up. So you have that, but then you still have that gray area. What I also didn't hear you talk about is cameras, because you dealing with blight. Part of blight is people dumping. I didn't hear a plan as far as how we going to monitor these high dumping areas. Okay, are we going to put cameras up? Who's going to be watching them? So even your equipment budget may include cameras to put up in these high dumping areas where it could be tied to the police department intel center or something, where if they monitoring the cameras and they see people dumping, they can dispatch a police officer or something to. So I want to see some cameras, order some cameras, probably about, I would say 100 or 50, I'm not sure, and then just put them in these hot spots.
Yes.
Because if you guys keep cleaning up, and I think on Black Street between Horton and Selby, over there by Antioch Baptist Church, they keep dumping in that particular area. They go clean it up, and then they get right back dumped. So if we ain't monitoring and seeing these people and identifying these dumpers, we go be spinning our wheels and go and clean the neighborhood up, and these people go continually dump. Even down there on Carton Street, Dewey Street, by Rich Jones, I saw some stuff over there. We need to, I would like to see some cameras in your budget, and maybe you can do a deeper dive at, maybe we could get some volunteers, and maybe the councilmen can find some volunteers in the community that will monitor the cameras on the computer in a ward, so we can have it set up to where they can maybe have a laptop or something, and they could just sit there and they'll be do 2 hours a day monitoring these high dump. Once they do that, they could call the police and be like, look, hey, we got to get them off the streets.
Yes.
We got to do like a sweep in a community where we take them and confiscate their trucks and probably put them in jail for 90 days for dumping, because they have really made our community a dumping site.
Yes.
My last piece, and then I'm gonna turn it over to one of my colleagues because it's getting late in the hour. The ordinance for residents that is hoarders or got their yards looking a hot mess. And me and my colleague, we went back and forth the other day because I'm not sure our ordinance has teeth when it comes down to cleaning up. Now, we just did this cleanup on Holbrook, and we had a resident over there that had 2 yards full of trash, and I think you might have saw it when you was over there. He told us that he was gonna let us clean the yard up, but then when we went over there to try to clean the yard up, he just went and had this breakdown where he was like, "Don't touch my stuff," or whatever. And I was telling him, you just can't have your yard looking like this. The residents complaining about it, and then he didn't even want us to help him clean it up. So now he don't want us to clean it up. So I'm thinking we need to have some kind of ordinance in place where if we get these people tickets, because he might just take the ticket and be like, he still ain't gonna clean it up. So we need to, I'm not sure what that look like, but we need to put that on our agenda to look at the ordinance on the trash and people hoarding and all of that different kind of stuff, probably parking on the grass. I'm not sure that if they don't comply and clean their yard up, I mean, I'm not saying they can't have nothing in their yard, but this, I'm sure you saw when you was over there. That's just horrific.
Yes, it is.
And he ain't trying to work with us, and he ain't even let us come volunteer to help clean his yard up, because we was willing to help him. We moved a dumpster right there by his house, and he still did not want us to touch his yard. So now he don't want us to touch his yard. How do we go on his property and clean it up? Do we have the right to go on his property and clean it up? And if we go on his property and clean it up, can we add whatever cost we had to pay to clean his yard up and put it on his taxes?
Yes.
That's what I would like to see for these people who don't care about no $25 or $50 ticket and go listen to the judge's order and say, clean your yard up, and they just go keep it clean, messed up. So I think we need to also look at a combination of things. We need to look at the equipment, we need to look at the cameras, we need to look at the ordinance. It got to be a combination, and then we need to probably look at partnering with some churches and some groups to help us maintain and clean up. Once we clean the yard up, maybe y'all will come and volunteer and keep these neighborhoods, because these is our neighborhood at the end of the day, and we shouldn't want the government just to come in and take care. So let's figure out what we could do to clean it up first. Then once we clean it up, let's see if we can get a buy-in to the residents to help maintain. Just cut the vacant lot next to you. Somebody called me about a vacant lot. Just adopt it and cut it. Why are you waiting on everybody to come and do something for us?
Yes.
So I'm willing to work with you, but I do want to see some more zero-turn lawnmowers. I want to see some cameras, and maybe we need to do like my colleague in the second ward, Dr. Lewis, say, maybe we need to put a Blight commission together of some residents and create a board and be advisory to the Blight. So when we ain't here no more and we done moved on, we got this commission of people that can help support whatever you're trying to do.
I appreciate that, and you know, this Blight thing is never going away. It's just like COVID. There are cameras ordered. We got cameras ordered, the same as the police department. I was told that when I first got here. I would like to see, and your community leader, along with Ms. Burns, I don't know how many of you guys are affiliated with community groups, but I would like to see a map, and then we can strategically place when the dang on land bank comes through, when they cut whatever dang on areas are not done by the community organizations, then we should be able to go back behind there and do what you're saying, what you're asking. So I think it can work. It can work. We just have to be strategic about it. So.
And then if you could see if any of this budget items that you're asking for is ARPA compliance, to see if we can look at that. Hopefully, we can get enough colleagues on here to support you on that.
Okay.
Are you done, Councilman Murphy? Murphy. Real quick to your response, they can clean and cut the grass, and they do put it on the taxes. I've had some in my ward, and she paid it. So whatever the city charges at their cost, this home was a problem. You couldn't see the backyard, you couldn't see the house at all. The trees were taller than the house, and she has a second home in Arizona, and she's up to date on her taxes, so she assumes that liability, the city placed it on her bill. And I've got a couple of those, so that can be done. Ordinance of parking on the grass, there are. I've had them enforced. It's not, we shouldn't be parking underneath the picture window.
Yes.
And they will ticket you for that. And I do have a list of, I'll shoot those ordinances over to you so that you've got them. 'Cause I do have a list of the highest number of complaints or ordinances, and I gave them to my block clubs so that they could have them. Who would like to go next?
I don't have much today.
Councilwoman Priestley, you have the floor.
I definitely want to use the ARPA dollars for your equipment.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I know that there are, and not take it out of the general fund budget.
Oh, yeah.
I know that there are plans. I've had some talks with the mayor as well as our compliance firm regarding getting you equipment. So that will come, but we're living in the United States and the world in the
Yes,
days of
ma'am.
COVID. And for those people who want to complain about grass growing, cut it. Nothing's stopping residents from going out and cutting grass across the street next door, down the street, take your lawnmower, go down there if you're able. My brother-in-law actually bought a riding mower so he mows, my sister told me at one time, 12 to 15 lots
Wow.
in his neighborhood. And he goes out on his rider, and sometimes he'll call his granddaughter lives across the street, and they mow together. So, but I'm 100% in favor of ARPA dollars for yours. I'm not necessarily in favor of a budget amendment, because I think that there will be more money coming that will be better for that, and it definitely will not be coming out of the general fund. That's my opinion. But now a CDL driver, how much are those going to make?
Right now, the base on a CDL driver first year is like $12.70, something like that.
But we just signed a contract or approved a contract that says nobody will make less than 15.
Well, that was before that, so it might be 15 now then.
Okay.
But that's one of the questions I asked HR, and they was going to get back with me on it. So.
Okay, because that's what I'm interested in finding out, because this budget that we were presented doesn't include those kind of
No,
personnel in there.
no.
So we definitely will need to see an amended budget so that we can make adjustments to that
Yes, ma'am.
in the manner of a budget amendment. Other than that, I mean, I had a long talk with Arletta a couple weeks ago. Went down to her office and spent a good hour and a half with her, saying, what do you need? This is before I knew about you coming.
Yes.
I don't even think you were on board yet.
Okay.
And so you came with a very extensive list, a very well-thought-out list, and I appreciate that. And since my questions were answered and everything, I am done.
Thank you.
You're done? Well, you know what? That was short.
So what y'all saying, I'm long?
We will not say that those 23 minutes was long, okay? But that's okay, because we know blight in the 3rd Ward is serious. And you had a lot of good points that covered. So I appreciated your comments and questions, because you covered mine. A lot. Councilwoman Lewis, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. So is a wood chip on your list?
No, ma'am.
No. Do you think?
We would just dispose of the wood, unless. Oh,
I want it. I want your wood chips. Bring them to my house.
oh, do
Thank
you? No, you know what? No, we didn't. We didn't put a wood chip on the
Yeah,
list. 'cause was
I
just
think
trying
that
to
may
get
be a good idea, because a lot of people use it to decorate their yards.
We used to sell them. Long time ago, we used to have a wood chip yard over on Averill, and we used to chip them up and we used to sell them.
The city?
Yes.
Okay, so what's stopping us from doing that?
That's a out-of-the-box thought right there.
Come on now,
Go
break
ahead.
that box open.
Go ahead, woman.
All right, so that's the first thing, and then the next thing is, we need a policy and procedure manual for Blight. So I think that'd be a great idea if we were to get that started. Because like, for example, colleague in the third ward is talking about hoarders. Well, you know, what is a hoarder? How do we define that? So we have to know how we define that before we go and enforce that.
Yeah.
So I think that that'd be a great idea if we just begin to tease those things out so we can really execute our plan when we start enforcing these things. And then also, I know that you are not over NSOs, but you work hand in hand with them, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we need the list that the NSOs use to perform their daily job, because I was informed that they didn't have a list. And then the chief told me that they did have one. So we, as well as the residents, need to know what we are beholden to, because I've noticed that the NSOs have become a little more aggressive in the community, and a lot of the residents, they're not even aware of the ordinances that they are enforcing. So they don't even know that they're doing anything wrong. So I think that'd be a great idea if we could get that, so we could be abreast of that. And then, do you need any hydraulic endorsements for some of your CDLs?
No.
No? Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, the Class B license just is it's just an air brake. It just includes air brakes. So you don't need any other specialized services on there. Just air brakes.
Okay.
Class B endorsements.
Okay. And then also, Mr.
Che.
Linsman, Che Linsman.
Yep, that's you. Are you responsible for all city grants?
No.
Okay.
There are quite a lot of them within the mayor's office. I work on the public health ones. I work on the economic development ones that are within the mayor's office, not the community development economic. That's a different division entirely. So I work on quite a few there. Right now I work on the CDBG portion, the blight portions of the CDBG ones. So the code enforcement, the neighborhood cleanups, and that's how I am involved here. That's part of I am also currently the blight accountant person, payroll, and liaison. So that's why we are trying to distribute that task, because it's amassing upon my poor little body.
Okay, well, thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah.
All right. And so, as I just heard that you all do charge residents with high grass, so my question is, yes, you all charge them to cover the fee, but do you also add a penalty for the fact that we had to come out and cut your grass?
You know what? I can't comment on that because I know it's probably a special assessment, but I've never heard of that. I remember Land Bank used to do a long time ago, and they used to charge the residents. They used to just send you a bill, but I can look into that and find out.
Okay.
Do you
It is a bill that they attach to their taxes, and the city creates the rate, and it's generally done by subcontractors. And one of the issues with some of them, you go back to lawnmowers, zero turns don't work in a small backyard for some of them that are small. So I don't know if you have push mowers. I didn't see push mowers on this list. Yeah, we need those, because they borrowed one from the neighbor to clean a backyard, to
Really?
mow. Yeah, so we do need that, but you have the floor.
So I think it'd be a great idea, because we need to look at the fact that our city, that we're in the red. And so we need to utilize every single money-making opportunity that we can. And so if we have to inconvenience ourselves by coming out to someone's house and cutting your grass, as you look out the window and watch us do it, you not only need to pay for the cutting of the grass, but you need to be assessed a fee
Yes.
for us coming out. So I really do think that we need to look into that as well.
Okay.
And then I also would like to know about inmate detail. So are you looking into getting
Yes.
that initiated?
When Mr. Murphy was talking about not having enough people, I normally use the sheriff's detail a lot from previous employments, and I was looking into that too, and it's a group of kids. I think we missed the deadline, but they have like a kids, a United something, and Heather Griffin told me about it, and they would bring kids in here and they would go out and help clean up stuff like that. But I do get what you're saying, so I'm with you.
Okay, so on a separate note, what about the individuals that are sentenced to community service? Because that's totally separate.
Yeah, I never looked into community service like that.
Yeah, I think that may be a great thing to look into in collaboration with the courts, because we have a lot of people that don't need to sit in jail, but they can definitely be useful in the community,
Sure can.
and they can be sentenced to giving back.
Yes. Okay.
All right, and hold on, I have a few more. And also, let's talk about Blight Court.
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell us, so Blight Court is starting right now?
It started last week. And what we have a meeting the 13th, is that next Friday?
Yeah.
We have a meeting next week and with Mr. Torso and the NSOs. We're gonna have a big meeting so we can get everything called Blight Alignment meeting. So we need to make sure everything is in line because he has some concerns, and that's what made me prompt the meeting. So if you can call me on the offline, and I'll tell you how that comes out.
Okay, because listening to the councilman in the third ward, the fees seem kind of low. And so are you all going to use this time to?
Yes.
Well, that is great.
Yes.
I am in full support of dividing the city into quadrants and dispatching teams that way. That'd be a great idea. In addition to each quadrant, maybe even having their own set of equipment. Like say, so we have our, on the north side, our zero turn, and so forth. So I think that'd be a great idea if we did it that way. Because at first I was thinking by ward, but I have to be realistic.
No.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen, if the job market was popping like it used to be, but right now, not an option. Okay. And then I also would like to comment on another thing that my colleague said about those cameras. One thing about cameras is you have to have someone on the other side watching them. So is there possible to explore I don't want to promote the Ring doorbell, but like the Ring doorbell concept, meaning that when there's motion, maybe a resident can get an alarm on their phone, and then they can witness that, because I know I'm not going to sit by my laptop or my phone watching this field all day. I'm not. And so just go ahead and just make that more realistic. And then it'll be great if the police department, if they were also just linked into Ring as well. 'Cause I know the sheriff department is linked into Ring. So so that they see everything that happens. So that might be a good idea. If the police is not, then they could get on that as well. So they could witness it if they so happen to be online, or they can be notified.
Okay.
All right, and I believe that is it. Thank you so much for your time.
Do I get a chance to go over my neighborhood cleanup idea?
You do. I haven't spoke yet, and
okay.
absolutely. So when I do the wrap up, Councilwoman Lewis, are you done?
I'm finished, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be real quick because I know we were to end at 8:30, and thank you for staying over. I think congratulations for your new position. I know you know the city. You covered the whole city in every detailed job that you've done, and you are a very hard worker. Your department with the laborers is very limited. When you're requesting this equipment, you need people to use the equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to figure out how do we hire more people, because the pay was terrible.
Yes.
It was terrible, and it is a very laborious job to do. So I feel that we need to really work on hiring people, staff, laborers. And I do want to say thank you to the laborers that we have had, because they were people that didn't know that you had, I thought it was 3, but I guess it's 4 laborers to cover an entire city to clean up to where Blight is a problem. That's just simply not enough.
No, it's not.
So I appreciate the work that they were trying to do, but the job is, it's a massive job. And to the department, as you're changing your leadership, previously you had, Harletta is still working with you, and I think together, I'd like to see that team working together to handle, because you're very tenacious with getting it done, and on the same page, the same goal is to get the city clean.
Yes.
Because it's hand in hand when, even with the chief of police, he's like, we need to get rid of the blight. You know, the blight and the crime, those go hand in hand.
Yes.
The dumpster issue. What are we doing about the dumpster issue?
That's part of my neighborhood cleanup piece.
That's, okay, well, I'll save that so then to wrap up then. Because I know that's a big issue in spring is,
Yes.
and this is political season, so you're going to get a lot of people wanting dumpsters for cleanup.
Yes.
Flint should be clean. If they're running for anything, they should be ordering dumpsters to do those cleanups, because that's when they're generally increased, because everyone wants to do a neighborhood cleanup. Issuing of blight tickets, your process, you're not doing them anymore. Because so if a person, because at a time, I believe, and that part needs to be cleaned up to where it's not clear. Who do they report to? Was it Reed, Frost, the chief, the city administrator, and now you? So will you be gaining that department
Well, that's going to be part of the discussion on Friday.
for your blight elimination?
Yes.
Blight alignment
Blight
plan.
alignment plan,
Blight
yes.
alignment plan. Okay, because that's something that's really important, that in order to know how we move forward, we need procedure.
Yes.
You know, who do they report to, because, so that we can have accountability, and there needs to be structure. That is missing. The cameras, I know you were using in the areas like the hunting cameras, and then you have to go and retrieve the data. But I believe the cameras that you're going to be getting now, they're not the same. The cameras will send live feed. I don't know if it's going to Intel Center, or if it's another department, or if it's at a department head, but you can pull it up over your
Yes.
smartphone device to see. And I believe that the recording time is at least 30 days, so I believe we're increasing the recording time also. What I would like to do, and I know I had an issue, and thank you for working on Sunset Village and coming to a resolution. I want to be kept in the loop.
Always.
If it is an issue in my ward, and I'm emailing, and I email, and I call, and I ask to be a part of it, the solution, I want to be a part of it, please. Because it's important to make sure that we follow each, for me, I'm going to speak for me, that I follow everything to fruition, to the complete end. Because I always get my block club presidents, or in residents, who text me, and I actually take everybody's call and email. And I was fortunate with this last one that Sharon Bradley, she went, I'm like, yeah, it would have been easier with me, because she's a tough cookie. And she knew all the questions, because we are on the same page. But we need to make sure to not include the council person is a problem. I know that wasn't your fault, and I ended up having a meeting that same time. But council people need to be included, because a lot of these decisions, they've been problems for a long time. So when there's finally relief, the council person needs to be able to answer, this is what's happening, this is the timeline, and I'm now able to tell them with Sunset Village, the barricades are going to be coming up, the dumpsters will be there, this is what they're doing, and we need to make sure we're conveying the good information.
Yes.
Good information should be coming from the council person, not a resident or block club president. So that to me is really important.
Yes.
The push line mowers, Councilman Murphy talked about having the zero turns push mowers. Please add that to your list, because I know with the one home, the grass had grown so tall, it was trees. The seedlings had dropped to where you had them about that wide throughout the yard, and you could not use a push turn, and they had to use a machete to cut it down. So I am going to do that. I'll let you do, your blight initiative. And look, and this is the sixth ward, people, Jesus Christ. Yes. What's your point of order? Jesus Christ. Okay, well, I'm non-denominational, so it wasn't using the Lord's name in vain. It was not. They want, so Blight Court, will we get like an email about that? Because I know the tickets, which went all the way back, I think he's going through the tickets, Attorney Torchio Feaster, that he was going through the tickets. And they were back from last August. Do we have like a timeline and date to know when like the tickets, he's got a new paralegal.
Yes, he does. I know that they were that's why they added an additional day, so they can get some of the backlog taken care of. So, but I will let you know, I will know more on the 13th.
Okay. Now, tickets too, is it like a ticket limit? Do you know? Because I thought you could only get so many tickets. Because I've had them tell me before, we won't ticket another person because they don't follow through. So I think some of the penalties need to be a little stiffer, because there are some people who just say, just write the ticket and they don't care. No problem.
Yeah, please.
Okay, and I appreciate your time and your questions, your answers. And I don't know, Councilman Murphy, are you talking about like a new trash, like ordinance you want to improve on? Was that what you were talking about? To add some teeth to it for Blight?
I think we should look at the, what we have on file now and see if we need to just make some amendments to add some teeth, like what you said. If you're giving somebody some tickets and you done got 3 tickets and you still didn't do nothing, okay, how do we enforce, let's move and transfer it to the Blight Department to allow them to go in with the assistance of a police officer or something to clean up their yard, and then after whatever the bill is, we give it to the assessment and they put it on their taxes, something like that. We just want to make sure that we got that.
Okay, and I do know that after the NSOs, the Building and Permit Code Department, Mike Ryder, his department can go out, and then they take them to regular court to get out. I do know that it's stiffer penalty and fine, but with the courts so backed up because of the pandemic, it just did not take a precedence, unfortunately. So, but I'm gonna send you these, and I like that, to do something about that. Thank you, and I'm gonna let you do your Blight
Madam Chair.
alignment, Councilman Mays.
Yeah, before we do, if I may.
Go ahead.
Mr. Brown, what's your thoughts? Do you have access to a wood chipper now?
Yes, we do.
And where do you borrow that from?
From DPW.
From DPW?
Yes.
Have that been difficult?
No, I'm actually getting it Tuesday to help out on Holbrook.
Say that again.
I'm actually getting it on Tuesday to help out on Holbrook.
Do you think you need one, or?
Miss Lewis just asked for one. That was a good point.
A wood chipper?
Yes.
You ain't priced that out yet.
No, I know they're $150,000.
Beg your pardon?
They're $150,000.
Okay. 150,000. I can appreciate this list that you made. It's going to help me.
Okay.
And once we see if we get the equipment or not, then we got a committee called Government Operations Committee.
Okay.
Once we try to get this budget stuff settled and the equipment and personnel, and I'm glad you're looking at, taking a second look at the requested personnel, then I'm going to try to get you in Governmental Operations Committee as we deal with how to deploy some of it in certain areas. But I'll wait to get to Government Operations, see if we can first get this passed. I think I heard maybe a colleague say something so far about whether they might or might not vote for these expenditures. But I can try to guarantee only one thing, that they will be presented to this council, and we'll see if 5 or more give you the people and the equipment you need to make Flint look better and to do what needs to be done.
I appreciate that, Mr.
You got a commitment from me, and we'll see what we can get done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So you have your blight alignment plan, and I just want to say too, is that Officer Kelly back there? I can't see. Thank you for being here. 'Cause you look like, you know, thank you for your service. Let's hear the blight alignment plan, please.
Well, this is the neighborhood cleanup.
Neighborhood cleanup plan?
Um,
Can we get a copy of that also before you, I mean, we don't have to get it today, just email
Yeah,
to
I
someone?
can get it.
Okay.
What my plan was is, since there's going to be a lot of organizations and, you know, people at requesting dumpsters for cleanups, I had reached out to our waste hauler vendor and asked him, could he supply us with like 5 trucks per weekend, the weekends that they weren't working, because they have to work the Saturday after to make up for a holiday. So I had 18 Saturdays up until September. I'm going to put out a request for you guys to submit applications, request a date. I won't be going back through the area twice. Say, for instance, Mr. Murphy, and he's already used one of his times, and then Ms. Lewis wanted to do one. I'm not coming back to the same place. We have to spread it out so everybody have an opportunity to take advantage of them. The neighborhood organizations will be responsible for the laborers. You have to supply labor because they were only going to supply a truck and a driver. It's $250 per hour, $12.50 per truck per Saturday. So I added all that up. So that's one side of it. The other side, we have the 226, which is the waste collection piece that belongs to DPW. They set aside money for neighborhood cleanups every year. I just found out since I've been here that money is still sitting there. So that money, that's like a safety net for us. So we're gonna,
How much money is in there?
It's 70 grand. It should be 70 grand because it's not touched.
Yeah, but someone else said it was 50, and they had asked for 50 grand too.
Yeah, I
Okay.
was talking to Catherine Newman, and she told me it was 70. So I'm gonna do my best to spend it. So these dumpsters that I've already got 2 vendors, because we can't use priority. So I have 2 vendors. We're doing a PO on them, and I'm going to put a list together. And anybody who wants to take advantage of a cleanup, they can request a truck or they can request a dumpster, and we'll get the dumpsters out, and then everybody should be happy, hopefully.
Councilman Murphy.
Okay, so I'm requesting publicly a cleanup for the entire 3rd Ward, the first Saturday of June, and then I'm gonna take the month of May to recruit volunteers to come out and help us. Though, can we ride on the garbage truck? Because I want to ride on the garbage truck.
Man, don't you miss that, man?
I know I want to ride on the garbage truck.
Golly,
As long
man.
as I get to ride on the garbage truck, I'll throw some trash.
You making me feel some sort of
I'm
way
down,
right now.
and you go provide the food. Put that in your budget.
I'm good. I'm good.
All right.
Madam Chair,
Councilman
through you,
Mays.
is it
Shay.
Shay, that's what I was thinking. Shay, have you and Mr. Brown and Shay, have either one of y'all, both of y'all, met with Ernst & Young to see if any of this equipment fits the category? Have anybody did that yet?
I haven't, but I've took it through my boss, and they're reviewing it now. So
You say you did give the
Yes.
list and articulate it to who, Mr. Edwards?
yes,
And so I want to make sure that we scrutinize this list to see if it can qualify for some of the funds versus all general fund. So I'm going to make a note
Mr.
to try
Mays.
to follow up on that.
Mr. Mays, I have followed
I
up.
mean, you might want to go through the chair.
Through the chair to you. I have followed up with that because since I'm in the fourth ward and have significant blight, I'm strongly following up on this with the ARPA committee, and there will be a meeting shortly.
So you don't know the answer now.
Absolutely, it's a yes.
You say the answer is yes, that this equipment and stuff be requested.
Most, if not all, and we will be getting more money because I don't know if you were here when I said that I had spoken with the mayor as well as the compliance firm.
Ms. Priestley, let me say this. For 2.5 years, I've spoken with the mayor. Mr. Herb Winfrey was the president, and we've had promises from this administration during the budget process, and you don't have to believe me, our meetings are recorded. Mr. Winfrey was president. People say a lot, but I don't depend on them. What I depend on is when we have the power to allocate money, that we do it, because we were told, and Mr. Winfrey could verify it, they'll tell you it's pots of money that can do this, that, the fiscal year will come and go. And my experience is that was just a lot of talk. So I heard you, I was here when I heard you say that there was other pots of money folks referred to, and you kind of said something toward no as it relates to how you would move. I'm going to caution you. And it might not be the case this time, but my experience done told me when we as a council have the opportunity to allocate funds, we might better do it, because sometimes these promises and other pots of money never come to fruition, and then the fiscal year is over. So I want to check, and Ms. Herkenroder, if you have to make a copy of this list and give it to Ernst & Young, well, I'm going to do it. But I want to know how much of these expenditures can be ARPA fund money versus general fund. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You want to, were you done, or do you need to finish your blight?
No, I'm done. I just wanted to tell you guys thank you, and I appreciate whatever you can do to help us, so.
Thanks, Council.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Che, I know Judy's ready to go, Councilman Priestley's ready to go. And Mr. Brown, thank you.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I did too. I'm ready to go too. The the budget hearing is now over for City Council, Blight Department, and I forgot the last one. Wait a minute. And Fire Department is now over. It is 9:37 p.m. Thank you.